The last three words inscribed on the tombstone of Texas forefather Sam Houston read, "An honest man." Now 160 years later, in the city that bears Houston's name, the best disc golfers in the world experience an honest test of their skills. Who will pass the test with the flyingest of colors? We'll find out together. Welcome to Tournament Central on the Disc Golf Network. Grant Zellner and Nate Perkins. We had an incredible morning here in Houston with the FPO field making their way around Brock Adventure Park. Nate, this course set up for some serious scoring. Lots of birdies possible, lots of bogey-free rounds. But is calling it a birdie or die course oversimplifying things just a little bit, Nate?
Well, first off, Grant, love the intro there. I don't know where you find this stuff, but solid Sam Houston quote right there. And I think it's fair to call it birdie or die. I think, in our past that birdie or die has a negative connotation because so many people have kind of, disagreed that a course can be birdie or die and be a good course. But I'm kind of in the belief that specifically for the FPO division, when half the field or 3/4 of the field even is shooting under par, that it just makes for better spectating out there. When players 920 to 950 rated are shooting 5 under par, 7 under par, like it's just a lot of fun. I don't think that this course is just too easy. I just think that it sets up really well for the average distance in the FPO field. It's a lot of fun. And today was the least amount of wind I think we're going to see all weekend. And so the new course record that Anakin set, that owned then set, broke with the 11. I think those are the best scores that we're going to see all week. And I would honestly say 10, 11 under par, that's not quite even birdie or die. So I think that Brock Park Diamond is kind of spot on for the FPO division.
You mentioned on Scoggins, an 11 under par effort, 0 bogeys. People look at Own, they look at the small frame, they look at her style of play and think, okay, she's great in the woods and with tight lines, but that's not really the case. Own likes to work the disc through a lot of airspace, and that's how she creates such precision, yeah?
Yeah, Grant, she's not necessarily the most technical player because of the way that she likes to shape on those steep angles. We saw it with the backhand with that yellow destroyer. We're seeing it now with the blue one, which is 2 discs that she probably threw 15 out of the 18 drives. The thing is, if a course is out there at 375 to 400, Own is going to get a fraction of the looks from C1, but this specific diamond layout, Own flex shots are flexing out right at the 300-foot mark, and then they're skipping, and the 330 mark is just choice for Own Scoggins. And when she's able to give herself 14 out of 18 looks from C2 and in, and those are more like 45 and in, Grant. The fact that she shot an 11 under par is no surprise to me. And she's going to have to eat her own words when she said that there's no way that she's going to be able to handle the win there, because she handled it pretty well.
Anniken Christensen Sten. Hard enough for me to say. The Norwegian is also an unknown to a lot of our viewers, much less knowing how to pronounce her name properly. Anniken played an incredible round of disc golf and will be featured on coverage tomorrow for those unfamiliar. Nate, introduce us to Anniken's game.
Yeah, I mean, really clean, out of Norway, and
Cheers to morning walks and upshots at sunset, to good rounds and bad, to high fives and nice shots, to the TDs and AMs that make this game what it is, to beating your rating or your first ace. Cheers to the game we love, but most importantly, to having fun. Cheers to disc golf. Let's go. Let's grow. Lone Star Disc.
I'm David Wiggins, and in 2016, I set the disc golf world distance record with a throw of 1,108 feet. Whether I'm out in the field measuring a max distance throw, or on the course checking the elevation change for an upshot, I rely on the Eagle Secret 360 to give me accurate distances. It's the only rangefinder on the market that measures in feet, yards, and meters. It's USB-C rechargeable and features a lithium-ion battery. Visit EagleSecret360.com to get yours today.
Microsoft Teams is presenting the 2024 Preserve Championship and offering a new community platform for disc golf fans. Scan the QR code on your screen to join the Disc Golf Tour Talk Teams community. Members will have until Monday to ask Jeremy Colling a question for a chance to win a Jomez disc signed by Big Germ and a free year of the Disc Golf Network. Germ will be answering questions in that community all next week. Moving on to MPO action, the defending champion has something to say about the track here at Brock Park and his chances at this year's success.
You're still not throwing any forehands this week, correct? We've seen with players, I think Eagle McMahon comes to mind, straying away from the forehands and then developing other parts of his backhand that we hadn't really seen before. Has this process of just throwing backhands opened your eyes to other shots that you haven't had to throw before, or maybe recently?
Yeah, I don't think it's opened my eyes. I think, there was a while where I didn't really use the forehand except for like scrambling up shots, and I think that was kind of my game for a long time, was really not relying on the forehand, and it hasn't been until, really recently in the past couple of years that I really started throwing it a lot more off the tee. So I don't think it's opened my eyes to new shots. It's just, made me revisit, kind of how I played a little more in the past, with more backhands, and then, nothing new. I mean, I guess I've been messing around a little more with some rollers, but I really haven't busted those out. But that would be the only thing that I feel like I've been working more on, not throwing any forehands.
Is that something that we're going to see quite a bit from you moving forward, like really low emphasis on the forehand and more rollers coming out? Or do you feel like you're trying to rehab to get the forehand back?
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to rehab to get the forehand back. I don't think you can't really replace a forehand with a roller or another shot. I mean, it's just like being able to throw through the air, you can control so much more than rolling on the ground. So, it's something I, will use if I need to right now, but ideally, in the future, we have the forehand again.
A look at Calvin Heimburg during last year's run at this Texas State Championship, a run in which Calvin was, no doubt about it, in a little bit better health than he will be during this week's loops around this same challenging course. Calvin showing all of the creativity throughout the round yesterday, ended up winning, of course, by a half a dozen strokes. Nate Perkins, we've got you back, and I want to hear what you have to say about the nature of Calvin having to now attack the course this time around. How does the focus change when you know you're not at 100%? In some cases, it can even make you even more focused. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think that sometimes the sick golfer is the golfer to look out for. And when you ask me specifically, how is he going to attack it different? I don't think he's going to be missing the forehand too much. The basketball putt right there on the 14th, that was actually one of the holes where Calvin kind of showcased his 425-foot forehand. Here on hole 2, he was throwing the forehand, but That's one of the things Brian likes to say it pretty often, the chooser's paradox. Okay, when you all of a sudden have that 400-foot plus forehand taken away, you know exactly what shapes you're left with. And when we look at the holes, specifically hole 2, hole 14, some of the little chip approaches, especially with the Brock Gold layout, I don't think it's going to detract from his game at all. I think that Calvin Heimburg is still comfortably in my top 5 this weekend, Grant.
I like that reference to the chooser's paradox. It certainly explains why I can't ever pick a Netflix movie on any given night for more than an hour and a half. Ricky Wysocki has won the Texas State Championship 6 times. One of those wins came 2 years ago in Tyler, Texas, a completely different track. He's got wins in this event, though, as a DGTP event. He's got wins in this event when it was a national tour event. He's even got wins in this event when it was an A tier, but he has yet to be victorious on this particular track. Let's listen in to what Ricky Wysocki had to say during yesterday's press conference.
Ricky, what is it about the state of Texas that you think allows you to be so dominant? And I actually want to throw in a little snippet. The very first disc golf tournament that I ever watched in person was actually the 2014 Texas State Championship. And the first round I ever watched was your round in the Wynn. Do you remember that? I think it's still one of your highest rated rounds of all time over there. But you've won, Ricky, 6 times, I believe, at 5 different venues. What is it about this state?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that, I feel like I guess I've got a lot of fans here, and I'm a player that definitely feeds off energy, as most people know. I play well when I have crowds rooting for me and bringing the energy, and that's something that, I think Texas does. I think it just feels homey here. We've played all throughout the state. The Texas State Championships definitely changes venues pretty frequently over the years. And so I think it's just, having that kind of hometown feel, even though it's not my home state, is something that's very comforting.
Rick, you posted recently that you're working on your form. You were working on some technique stuff. Anything specific, or was it more just generalized field work, kind of fixing the timing?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of both, like a little bit of form, a little bit of like just, hip turn and like shoulder turn, getting a little more shoulder turn into it, and then also incorporating shoulder turn as well as like hip turn into the shot. I think for me, something every once in a while I do notice is I'll a very slight miss early release, and it's not something super super bad. It's just a little bit of a timing thing every once in a while that I feel, and so yeah, I just kind of focusing on that and really just working on that little things. I mean, just like anything, you're always trying to find little ways to get better, and so that's kind of how disc golf is. That's the beauty of it. That's why we all love it. Is as soon as you feel like you have it mastered, there's something that pops up that you're like, all right, I'm early releasing. What can I do to get better? And then, maybe it's something else. Maybe your grip or your, upshots. There's always a part of your game that can get better. And that's something that I love, the quest of trying to perfect something that's almost unperfectible. It's still golf, and it's tough.
Nate, Ricky coming off some planned time off leading into this championship. Does that foretell anything typically in terms of Ricky getting off to a slower start or Ricky feeling well rested, getting off to a faster start? Is there anything to glean from a player of his caliber coming back after a little bit of a purposeful rest?
Yeah, I mean, he's early 30s right now, so I think a little time off, Grant, is going to be nothing but a positive for Rick, and we know just how quick he can get back into that laser-focused state. And at this point in his career, I mean, he's not going to just hit the road and play every single event, every weekend or every other weekend. So time off, going to be no problem for Ricky, and he has no rust to knock off. I mean, he nearly won the first event at chess.com and then 10th at Waco after a pretty tough opening round. So, Rick is, I'm going to ask you a question, Grant. When is a disc golfer really in their prime? It's hard to tell because it seemed like for a bit, like the, 17, 18, up to 21-year-olds that's where their prime was. But I still believe that early 30s is your prime, because not only is your body still in that tip-top physical shape, but then you're so much more advanced mentally. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was just picturing a line graph with crossing lines, one being the elevation of your mental game over the course of experience, the other being the slow, but Father Time's undefeated, that slow decline maybe of your physical game that begins to happen sometimes as early as your mid 20s. Sometimes some players are able to ward that off a little bit longer, but it is inevitable. The question is, where can you peak on both of those charts? And when you find that meeting point in the middle, you're going to have a set of, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 years, maybe more if you're lucky, where you're going to be truly elite. And I agree with you. I think we're seeing a number of players that are well into those years, few more players that are getting into those years. One of those players that's probably not there yet, but he certainly has shown the brilliance. He's gaining the experience very rapidly, I might add. Nicholas Antila, the last player that we saw hoisting a trophy in victory on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. He's sort of the opposite end of the spectrum of Ricky. You've got Ricky coming off of rest, and we know that is sometimes a little bit of an adjustment in speed. Now you've got Nicholas coming off of a victory, and we've all seen players, sometimes they follow up victory with hot play, sometimes they follow victory with a little bit of a letdown. What do you expect to see from Nicholas this week?
Well, and we have to remember, Grant, that everyone in this MPO field, they didn't play last week because the women's U.S. Championship was going on. So Nicholas did mention that he was thankful that he had the time off so that he could celebrate, because I know sometimes it's hard to get right back into that golfing state of mind when you just had the best moment of your life. I mean, Grant, this was the single most electric part of the season right now when he made that putt, looking at his Finnish friends right behind him, Tuomas on the bag. He jumps into his arms right here, and Brian and I were just looking at the stats from the first part of the season. Nicholas is just dominating in the driving category. I just don't see a tournament where Nicholas is not going to collect, upwards of 10 birdies per round. He's just so good off the tee. He's one of the better throwers of the driver right now. He can shape any line. He can land a driver flat. And out here at Brock Park Gold, there's a lot of these low ceiling driver shots necessary. You need to be able to shape a driver upwards of 425 to 450 off the tee, and you need to do that less than 10 feet off the ground. So if you have that skill, which Nicholas does, you're going to have the advantage out here at Brock.
Nicholas Antila with that very mechanical, very repeatable style of golf. It's beautiful to watch. We got a little insight into his mental state heading into this event yesterday at the press conference.
I think I was lucky to have an off week after I won. Do some different stuff, see some NBA, also throw some disc golf, but not need to think too much about I need to prepare for a tournament or stuff.
Your performance at Austin, after you hit the ace, you showed no emotion whatsoever. You almost looked a little angry, and people online were saying, I kind of like angry Niklas. How much better of a player do you feel this year compared to last year? Do you feel like you've made big strides?
I feel like I'm just more consistent, and I have always been accurate off the tee, but I feel like I have been good with fast drivers this year. I can hit my DD3s on a good line almost every time, and that's important on these courses. I feel like anything between 400 and 450 is important distance for me at the moment, and I just feel like I enjoy disc golf, and it's easy that way.
Nicholas Antila, maybe a newer face to some of our viewers right here on the Disc Golf Network, but certainly a staple on the tour to those of us that have been around a little while. Another new face to at least some that may be watching, probably a few more than Nicholas. Carter Ahrens will be on featured card coverage today, Nate. And for those unfamiliar with Carter, here are a few personal stats, while you, Nate, maybe let us know a few things about how he makes his way around a disc golf course.
Yeah, well, Carter, you can see he's 16 years old, and I first caught wind of Carter when he broke a world record. He's a 2-time world record holder, 1-time U.S. record holder in the distance category. So he has really modeled his throw after kind of a David Wiggins style. He's really powerful in the legs, and he's a small guy. He kind of is Emerson Keith stature, but when you hear the snap that this kid has on the disc, you will not forget. He finished 15th at the Portland Open. But you guys, do you remember when he shot a 15 under par at the DTPT Silver event at Milo McIver? And that's kind of the moment, I believe, where that was kind of his coming out party, when I think he got the first 14 holes in a row at the Milo Gold layout. So the kid can play some disc golf. This is his very first time hitting the road full time, and we know just how difficult it can be to feel your legs underneath you when you're hitting the road. You're so far away from home. So kid can play. We're just gonna have to wait and see if he can kind of put it all together out here on tour.
Well, Nate, almost exactly 365 years ago, while broadcasting this very tournament, you may recall I christened you a verbal Bob Ross with better hair. And I think that certainly is a christening that has stood the test of time. I want you to take your incredible skills and take us through this course because for those that don't know, this is a different 18 than we saw during the morning round, and we've repeated it several times. Now your chance to show this 18 off for us just a little bit.
Yeah, so when you're pulling into Houston, you're driving through the city. We came from Austin, so you got to go right through that city center. It's a massive place. I mean, close to 5 million people live in the greater Houston area, and you're driving. There's 2 highway loops around the city. Brock Park is in the northeast part of Houston, and honestly, you're driving through a gnarly part of town. There's lots of old machinery. There's some oil refineries. There's actually a landfill. But the second that you pull into Brock Park, it's a huge wave of relief, Grant, because it's kind of a diamond in the rough. You have these towering pine trees. You have these big elm trees. You have a couple ponds, and it just feels like there's nothing else here. Ton of wildlife. You have what's called a bayou, a very slow moving body of water that feeds into the ship channel southeast of Houston. That's the Greens Bayou, and that is running through the center of the park. It has massive catfish in it. There's great blue herons flying around. Of course, if you remember, Grant, from last year, the black-bellied whistling ducks. We've got alligators, snapping turtles, laying eggs in the fairway of the FPO course. So this place just feels like a disc golf course. It doesn't feel like a ball golf course at all. And there's 2 separate courses. So FPO are kind of doing their own thing on the north side of the course. And then you have this whole section for Brock Gold. And they do have artificial OB, but it just makes sense with the design out here, with the intention that they put on making this a championship course. This is not just your run-of-the-mill course in Houston that is kind of modeled off those old par 54 style golf that we have down here. This is a championship caliber course. You have to be able to shape a disc 450 feet, or you might as well not even register for the event. It's not a walk in the park, but on the scale of difficulty, I would put it closer to a 4 out of 10 or a 5 out of 10. There's not a ton of really tense moments out here, Grant. We're looking at the green of 18 right now. This is probably one of the more tense holes of the round because of its island nature. But for the most part, if the wind is down, we're guaranteed to see double digit out here.
I don't think there is a single future of disc golf. I think there are several, and I think courses like this are one of the futures of disc golf, the reclaimed ball golf property that is becoming something different than what disc golf has traditionally looked like when it's laid out on a ball golf course. There are a lot of beautiful things here on this course, and there are a lot of perils out there for the MPO field. Taking a look right now at the hot rounds thus far during the day. And Nate, while there are some hot rounds that are, at least to this point, or a few of them are finished, they are bogey free. I'm noting that there are a few hot rounds. Chris Clemens, for one, that's a hot round that includes a number of bogeys on the card. It's going to take overcoming some bogeys to shoot well here at this course. We've got Nathan Queen, who stepped off the course just moments ago, finished for the day at 8 under par. Let's check it out.
All right, we're here with Nathan Queen. Nathan, a little 8-pack out there, bogey free. How'd it feel?
Bogey free feels good every time, man. Got off to a good start. Turkey off the first 3. Wind's different than practice, so never had a chance to birdie hole 3. And I didn't bogey 4. That was kind of already, once I knew we were going to have a headwind on 4, I expected the bogey and then threw the best tee shot I think I could throw.
Coming back into the headwind, you're forced to throw a turnover.
Yeah, turnover onto that whole blind green, really, not even just the basket. And just able to keep it clean. Controlled what I could with the wind, and the few little bounces and weird disc dances that I got were favorable. So,
yeah, talk about the wind direction and how it's different from practice and how it affected you.
Complete opposite from practice. Like hole 4 is the best example I can think of right now. It was always a tail right to left, and then today it was a head left to right. And it basically, the constant part of the wind was like that the whole day, but very blustery, I'll say, rather than gusty, because in my mind, blustery is every direction whenever it's getting gusty. When it picked up, it was kind of swirly and all over the place, so kind of hard to tell exactly what was going on. But just pick more stable, you know.
Well, Nathan, I want to ask you about your path to recovery. I know that you were dealing with some injury for a bit. How is the body feeling right now?
Best it has since 21. Yeah, really towards the end of last year, something clicked where I could move my body how I wanted to, and since then I've been able to do some strength training and get it back to stronger again. And but yeah, since January or so, it's felt the best it has in a couple years, and it's just getting back into that tournament form. A little different playing out here than it is playing the other ones.
Yeah, that's great to hear, man. And how do you think that 8 under is going to hold up compared to the rest of the field today?
I'm really not sure. This is my first year out here. I feel like the course is more fair as far as lefty-righty than a lot of the other courses that we play. So that makes me feel like it is a pretty good score, because it wasn't just good for me being lefty. I think it was pretty good. I didn't do anything super special, but I didn't really mess anything up. Cool. So wouldn't be surprised to see double digits, but it really just depends on the wind.
All right. Well, congrats on the 8 under par. Thanks for the interview. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys.
The hat game sure is strong with Nathan Queen. I hope it's strong because I know the winds are kicking up out there on the course. Nate, a final thought in the 30 seconds or so we have before we head out on course.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on what Queen was saying about how the wind's not necessarily straight line. It's gusting, but it's also swirling. He called it blustery, okay? So it's not just from one direction. That makes things very difficult out here. Currently an 8 under par is a 1060 plus rated round, and I that might net chase card. I think my perks pick of the week of 11 or worse is going to stick. We're just going to have to get out there and see, Grant.
A blustery day in this 100-acre wood. Who will come out on top on day number 1 here at the Texas States Championships? For Nate Perkins, I'm Grant Zellner. Enjoy the round right here on the Disc Golf Network.
After a weekend off, the MPO field is back in action on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. at the Texas State Championships, presented by Lone Star Disc, taking place in Houston, Texas at Brock Park on the premier course here at Brock Park. As we take a look at Ricky Wysocki, who has played Texas State's 6 times in his career, and he has won it every single time, 6 for 6, and he's back in the field this weekend trying to make it 7 for 7. As we welcome you inside the broadcast booth, we're here at Brock Park. Welcome. Good afternoon, everybody, wherever you're joining us in the world. I'm Charlie Eisenhood alongside Brian Earhart. Brian, do you think Ricky's feeling any pressure this weekend, given that he's never lost here?
I don't think there's any pressure whatsoever. I think the more you talk to Ricky Wysocki, the more you realize he has the mindset of the elite athletes. He has a short memory. He can tell stories of tournaments from years past, but he doesn't care about the past as much as other players may care. He talks about the now. He takes care of himself to perform in the now. And what he said at really spoke to me this year. He said, I've never won a tournament that didn't have struggle. That's just not even a real thing. Ricky comes to each and every tournament expecting it to be a battle, expecting something to go wrong, and he's going to have to battle back. And he also isn't really defending. Calvin Heimburg is the one he has to go beat. He has to go prove himself again to go 7 for 7.
Ricky did not play here last year, and so he hasn't played this Brock Park layout. But we take a look back through the history books here. Ricky winning it in 2013, goes back-to-back in 2014. Skip ahead a few years. New style, new drip, but still knocking down the big putts. Little raptor legs action there for you in 2019.
I mean, you go back through the years, he has done some wild things out here on these Texas courses. When the wind picks up, he's not afraid to flip the driver upside down and putt into these 40-mile-an-hour headwinds. And he shot some 1,100 rated golf out here. I mean, this dude just thrives out here, and he says that he loves the amount of fans that he has out here. He likes to perform.
And there's a look at the numbers through the past decade, a little bit more than a decade. He's the only player you see there on the left side to have won an Elite Series or Major every time he's played it, at least having played an event twice. So 4 times he's won it as an Elite, 2 times as an A tier, and he goes for number 7 here in 2024. Big stuff from Ricky Wysocki. Ricky's getting ready to tee off here in about 20 minutes as a part of the feature card.
Thanks, dude.
You know, he's got the confidence out here. Let's bounce back out onto the course, though. We're going to go out to hole 14. A.J. Carey sitting at 7 under par. So he's 1 shot off the lead. Hole 14.
He's got that really beautiful, slightly nose-up power drive right out into the open, challenging that OB on the left. Oh boy, just over the line. OB for Carey. Now the second, playing as the third.
That's a big shot through from Carey. And to save the par, yes. So he stays 1 shot back of Nathan Queen, who's your leader in the clubhouse at 8 under par. So we go to the 15th, Carey. In good position and a little easy tap in after parking the hole. And that gets him up to 8 under through 15, tied for the lead with Nathan Queen. As we get ready for our second feature card to tee off in just a moment. Taking a look at the beautiful Brock Park. Houston Parks and Rec Department has turned this into kind of a recreational mecca. They've got multiple disc golf courses out here, playground facilities. It's really nice.
And spectator experience is wonderful out here. You walk through the grounds, you feel like this is an elite event. People everywhere, and I think they're going to prove to the city of Houston once again that this is going to be a destination for disc golf.
Taking a look at the overhead view of Brock Park from our Flight Factory drone as we get ready to send it down to hole number 1 and the second feature card.
Welcome to the 2024 Texas State Disc Golf Championships presented by Lone Star Discs. First on the box, representing Dynamic Disc, please welcome Ricky Wysocki. Representing Lone Star Discs and Gorilla Disc Golf, please welcome Robert Burridge.
Gorgeous drive there for Burridge. Beautiful
Representing
flex.
Discraft and Grip Equipment, please welcome Anthony Barella.
Barella played fantastic here last year, finishing in second place behind Calvin Heimburg.
Oh, that is fantastic, Charlie. Past the Mando on that left side.
Rounding out our card, representing Prodigy Discs and OTB, please welcome Luke Humphreys.
What a start to the season for Luke Humphreys. Coming out hot out of the gates once again.
It's a tough win to throw a flex in, Charlie. Kind of getting slammed down.
Check back in with AJ Carey on the 16th, co-leader at 8 under par.
Tricky shot here. 294 kicks way off into a terrible spot. Par is going to be good from there.
A lot of work to do for Carey from that right side rough. As the players head down the fairway of hole one, we're going to send it down to the third member of our broadcast team, Nate Perkins, who's with Ricky Wysocki.
Rick, you've done it 6 times here in Texas at a few different courses. If you do it again for the 7th, man, if you win this one, we're going to have to say something special is about this state and Ricky Wysocki.
Yeah, I mean, Texas is amazing. The crowds here on Friday are amazing. There's a lot of people out here. We got the wind. We got a good course here at Brock Park, so it's going to be a good setting for hopefully a quest at my 7th Texas State title.
You ever feel like you're going to go get some redemption against AB after that chess.com battle?
Yeah, I mean, I think I think we're going to be playing a lot together this year, and here's another week that we're playing together, and I think we both from Arizona pushing each other a lot in practice. Now it's time to push each other in tournaments.
Thanks, Rick. Good luck.
Great stuff from Ricky, and I think giving AB some real credit for how well he's playing, thinking they're going to play a lot together this season.
And he should. I mean, AB has proven himself to be setting a new bar for the division. Him alongside a few other players in that young class. Humphreys in just an annoying spot.
Back to 16, Carey in trouble.
Oh, he's trying to go inside. Really no other option. That is rough from back there.
So he's buried. Line 2.
On where you are in this fairway, you have a few different options. Ricky's in a pretty prime spot. Still have to keep it really low and slide it up to the bucket. Yeah.
Just what you said, Brian. Ricky inside the circle. All right, back to 16. Carey, you can just see him in those trees. Wow, great effort. He almost threw it in. So he'll be putting for bogey. And that is what he would take. So he drops back to 7 under. Into a tie for second with Gavin Rathbun and Chris Clemens.
Okay. Solid forehand there from Burridge. Dealt with a pretty nasty finger injury recently. Finally got over it. Working on some taping. Trying to learn how to throw with that on now.
Smooth from Barella.
It's got to take a big flare. Okay.
No bungling. No. Yeah.
If that's far enough left, he's able to take a pretty open shot at the basket.
Good up from Humphreys, and looks like a successful scramble. Second shot for Carey on 17.
Oh yeah, he got way left. This is great. Big opportunity here.
Inside circle one. And that just a moment ago. We'll go live to the green. And he puts it in. So back up into a tie for the lead. Carey at 8 under. He's moving between those shots right now.
I think he's starting to see some more moments of brilliance throughout the season. I mean, he's been a good player for a while, but finally seeing himself on top. We saw him shoot well at the chess.com Invitational. He's got a beautiful throw. I think if he just puts the pieces together, he's going to be right up towards the top week in and week out.
Brian, last year we saw 10 under, 12, 13 under even from Calvin Heimburg and Anthony Barella out here on this course. It's not changed much. Think we can see scores up in that territory again?
I think we could. I know 18 is playing into a very tough headwind this weekend, so that's going to be a tough one to get to finish. But, you know, I really don't think the wind is bad enough to where we're not going to see something in the double digits.
Ricky knocks down the birdie. Par putt here for Humphreys. He is in, and the second feature card will head over to hole number 2. Stay with us.
Cheers to morning walks and upshots at sunset. To good rounds and bad. To high fives and nice shots. To the TDs and AMs that make this game what it is. To beating your rating or your first ace. Cheers to the game we love, but most importantly, to having fun. Cheers to disc golf. Let's go. Let's grow. Lone Star Disc.
how things are up here.
The Texas State Disc Golf Championships are presented by Lone Star Disc. Cheers to disc golf. Well, if you want to come watch the action live and in person, it's a whole different experience than watching it online. So come on out. Tickets for all DGPT events are on sale now. Grab tickets to an event near you. You can scan that QR code for more information, or you can go to dgpt.com/tickets. And I'm telling you, it's just simply different to watch Anthony Barella throw a drive in person.
You can hear the whoosh.
Oof. To hole number 2, Ricky coming off the birdie.
Tricky part about this flick is there's that OB bunker right in front of the basket. That, luckily, is short of it. That's the risk going left side.
Barella also going forehand.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty solid play. A little bit short, but that's kind of what you want to do to avoid that bunker.
And it's been a great start to the season for Anthony Barella and a number of the other young players on tour. Is this the new Big Four out here? Chess.com, AB takes it down.
I think we're seeing the fruits of Ricky Wysocki and Paul McBeth's labor over all these years. Those were the guys that set the bar, and now these kids grew up watching them, and they're setting an even higher bar. I mean, you look at the C1 in regulation, C2 in regulation, park job stats, all 4 of these guys are right up towards the top.
Gannon Burr winning the second event of the season. Kyle Klein put the pressure on Nicholas Antila, but Nicholas got the cowboy hat in the end.
Man, and Nicholas is someone that I've been so impressed with. He even told me after Open at Austin that his buddies had to remind him to eat and drink water because he's been so obsessed with getting that monkey off his back, getting the first victory.
Nicholas will be teeing off in just a moment. Another talented young player on tour, Gavin Rathbun, having a resurgent season after coming off the injury. Goes over the basket on 17. So he has that left for par. He's one shot off the lead. Ricky? Just low. Barella just outside the circle looking for birdie.
That's a tough wind. Nathan Queen described it as blustery, just coming from all directions. Yeah, you saw the drop there mid-flight.
Just misses it right. Rathbun, comebacker for par. You can see the wind.
Oh, these are nerve-wracking, Charlie. You blow by 20 feet, got the wind blowing in your face. Well done.
Remains bogey-free. Calvin Heimburg is your defending champion here at Texas State's. Low ceiling specialist. That's what this course asked for. He's teeing off. Coming up next.
My relationship with Suga, it's just like a family. Sometimes they just surprise, send me things I'm not even know. When I arrive home, boom, the box.
Such a great product, and Zuka's always there for me whenever I need anything.
After every tournament, I get a call. No matter the results, they're always there supporting me.
They have so many different things that can be a solution for a disc golfer.
That was really one of the main reasons why we partnered, is because I wanted the best of the best.
How do they know I want that? I'm like, duh, that's how the family thinking about you.
Jonathan! Wow! Amazing!
Jonathan! Skulle du visa?
Hi,
Yeah, check this pad out.
I think you should use your wrist a little bit more.
Why not?
Is he okay?
Nah, he's fine.
PDJ reinvests membership funding into support for programs like the Competition Endowment, Youth and Education Program, and Marco Polo Program, all of which help grow the sport in communities around the world. Get started today. Visit pdja.com/join.
Cheers to helping new players, to high fives and encouragement, to being a positive light while helping grow the sport. Cheers to you, Ranger Team. Thank you.
Brought back by popular demand. Z-Lite plastic from Discraft. Disc that you already know and love, now available in lighter weights. Z-Lite, more distance with less effort.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be.
I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
It's been a long time coming.
Nicholas Antila on the bullseye. Get in! Yes! Wow, I could feel the roars from Finland. Nicholas Antila taking down the Open at Austin. Becomes the first MPO player from Finland to win an Elite Series or a major. And his level of play has been rising and rising, Brian.
And really, he says the skill set's not really expanded. It's more just the consistency and the confidence in his abilities.
Big drive from Ricky on the third. AJ Carey finds the OB on 18. Here he is putting from the drop zone.
Solid run.
Back to the third, Barella.
Oh, that is murdered. On the down slope. I think he has enough space on that left side to go attack the basket. Nicely done.
We go back to hole number one. It's time for our feature card. Let's send it down.
Welcome to the 2024 Texas State Disc Golf Championships presented by Lone Star Discs. First on the box, representing Lone Star Discs and Sacred Disc, please welcome Nico LaCastro.
Nico LaCastro is working on a championship disc golf course here in Houston. Building it right now, Indian Shores.
Wow, whatever that was just wicked overstable. It's a tough opening tee shot to
Representing
force
Lone
them to
Star
do that.
Discs, please welcome Ahrens.
Oh yeah, look at this. A little short, but actually a pretty solid angle.
Representing Innova Champion Discs, Squatch and Flight Factory, please welcome Calvin Heimburg.
Calvin won this event last year in a great stretch of disc golf. He won the tour opener at Las Vegas Challenge here. It was a silver last year, and then went on to Jonesboro and won there. Oh my.
Rounding out our card, representing Disc Mania, please welcome Antila.
A shocking start there for Calvin.
I also think just again the forced flex shot with the way the wind is blowing right now, it is a very large ask of the players, and I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that. Oh, that's gorgeous, Charlie.
Well placed from Antila. Second shot for Wysocki on the third. Robert Burge, second. Off the pole.
Where Robert landed is really a nice spot. He's still in the flat just before the slope, but his footing is still good. That's perfect positioning, and it's a great way to capitalize on that.
Back to the first, second shot for Calvin.
That will work. Oh, he's pinched a little bit on his second.
This is Barella throwing his second. Still gets it up inside the circle, Brian.
Just shows you how far down there he got. That is so smashed. Front of that OB is about 650.
Beautiful views from our Flight Factory drone. Head to flightfactorydisc.com to check out all the merch they have available. Ricky leaves it short. Maybe thinking about that hill behind the basket. Here's Rathbun on 18.
And luckily sticks right in the bullseye. That could have gone south real quick.
And here's Barella on 3. You bet. Second birdie of the round. Second shot for Nico.
Just not getting the full flight out of that one. Long circle 2 look ahead.
Back to 3. Luke Humphreys for birdie.
Luke's one of those players that would prefer to be just outside circle one than just inside circle one. That's just his bread and butter range, as we saw a couple weeks ago in Waco.
Gets him back to even par.
You know, I thought Carter had a slightly better angle than he did from where we were, but now he's going to have to maneuver the Mando. I think he's just going to concede and play for par. Talked to Carter recently. He said the transition to a new company's been pretty smooth, but he said he's also very picky about the shapes that he likes to throw, so he's still trying to dial it in and pick that diamond in the rough out of the 20 of a certain mold that he gets. It's not necessarily company specific. I think he's just one of those guys that knows what he wants and is just still hunting for it. He said so far so good.
Second shot for Antila. Yeah, he's playing some pretty good disc golf right now. Great shot.
Yeah, I mean, Nicklaus is averaging almost 10 birdies per round. He's dominating the field in that category.
Another member of the Big Four to start this season, Barella.
Specific angle to get to this green. This is really solid.
Third shot for Heimburg. A little off the mark to start on hole number one. Clip some branches. Long putt coming up for par.
This needs to flip more, Charlie. Okay, got it. Cut the inside. Beautiful shot.
Carter Ahrens from Gig Harbor, Washington.
Pretty touch.
Be putting for par. Back to four, Wysocki.
Very well done from Ricky. Making 400 feet look easy. Now LeCastro outside of circle two.
Tap in left for par. Birdie look for Barella. Barella looking down at the ground. I'm not sure, but big miss left for AB. This will be a par save for Heimburg. His putting at the Open at Austin 2 weeks ago was on fire.
That's a tough start. That's tough. He said he's also going backhand only again, just like the last event. No forehands. Still dealing with some tendonitis. Sounds like rehab's going well, though.
And Wysocki unable to navigate the wind on that birdie putt.
That's three.
So Mason Ford with a nice shot. He goes 5 under through 7 holes. He's currently still 5 down through 10. Nicklaus for birdie. Good start.
been a slow start this year for Carter, but from what I hear from him, he's quite optimistic.
So bogey there for Heimburg after hitting the tree on his tee shot. Barella comebacker for birdie, or excuse me, for par, and he's got it. So he remains 2 under. Mason Ford putting for birdie on the 11th.
Not going to fall.
Very close.
C2 putting is going to be tough today.
Burridge. Back-to-back birdies. Third straight par for Wysocki. A couple of circle one misses here in the early goings. Nate, want to check in with you. The wind has seemed to be pretty stiff and swirling out there. What are the conditions like this afternoon?
Yeah, really tough crosswind there on 1, and they have a tail left to right here on 2, which, you know, kind of helps this forehand swing back in, but also if you expose it too much, it could potentially put you in that hazard over there. There's just going to be so many moments throughout the round where they're going to have to really pay attention to the small nuances in the wind direction.
Thank you, Nate. As we take a look at the Canna current conditions, 23 mile per hour wind. I don't think it's sustained at quite that level, but we are seeing it gusting into the 20s. Pretty warm out there, 77, and warmer than that in the sunshine.
Just watched Nicklaus play that crosswind, just perfection. Nico kind of likes to go with more of the flex forehand. Let's see if the crosswind will help him back to the right. Oh, that's got to hurry.
Short there for Castro.
I do like the backhand on this play. Looks like Carter's going to kind of club down a little bit. He's 16 years old, but has arm speed like all of the elite distance throwers in this division. Ooh, that's got to simmer down. Safe.
So long putt for birdie. Of course, Heimburg not throwing forehands again this weekend as he rehabs the elbow.
With this wind, though, I wonder if he would have done this anyway. It's just easier to not expose the flight plate. At least you have something resisting the turn.
That is very early and left and goes well out of bounds. Calvin did say in the press conference that he feels like he can attack this course comfortably with backhands only. Barella teeing off on the 5th.
Just got to watch the drop off on this hole. And that's one way to mind the drop off, Charlie.
He planned it. Kicks off the base. It'll be a tap-in birdie for Barella, who's off to a great start.
You see the crosswind on this 460-foot hole. OB all down the right side. This is just a committed smash here. saw the wind drop that real quick.
I don't know. I thought there was wind.
Ricky, long putt for birdie on the 5th.
Another low miss from Ricky. That's 4 low misses in a row.
And you just heard Mason say off his tee shot, I thought there was wind.
Well, you watched it. It flew great out of his hand. Midway through the flight, it dropped about 5 feet.
Burridge for birdie.
You wonder, Charlie, with a player like Ricky Wysocki, are those 4 missed putts low a physical problem, or is it a decision-making problem reading the wind?
To see if he makes the adjustment later in the round. Hot score in the clubhouse. Nathan Queen, 8 down. Chris Clemens, 7 down. A couple of lefties up at the top of the leaderboard, Brian.
But you can almost not compare the two. I mean, those are the 2 lefties with the polar opposite play styles. So I just got to give kudos to both of them.
Ahrens misses, and now it's caught an edge and started to roll. And
it would be great if it stopped doing that.
It's trying to check up, and it does. But it's not an easy putt back up the hill.
Right at that tempting distance to where laying up would probably feel foolish, but also running it and doing that feels probably equally as foolish.
So bogey coming for Ahrens. Heimburg's 3rd. To save par. Just a touch low. Right on target. But it will be back-to-back bogeys to start for the defending Texas State's champ. Faced forward, in for par. Still bogey free.
Oh boy. Talked to Nico recently. He said he's kind of feeling burnt out pretty early in the season. So he's got a lot of competing tasks. He's got the disc golf course, the disc company now.
Sacred Discs. Antila to make it 2 for 2. He's got it. Just the 5th player today to open up with a pair of birdies.
I'm David Wiggins, and in 2016, I set the disc golf world distance record with a throw of 1,108 feet. Whether I'm out in the field measuring a max distance throw, or on the course checking the elevation change for an upshot, I rely on the Eagle Secret 360 to give me accurate distances. It's the only rangefinder on the market that measures in feet, yards, and meters. It's USB-C rechargeable and features a lithium-ion battery. Visit EagleSecret360.com to get yours today.
Throw A measured 66 miles per hour and 358 feet. Throw B, 69 miles per hour and 456 feet. Similar effort, yet 98 feet difference. But why? The answer is proper body mechanics and technique. And this is why the Power Disc Golf Academy has brought on Ezra Aderhold to be your distance coach. Ezra's lessons will help you identify and fix the problems in your swing so that you can add more distance to your throws this week. Stop landing short. Join today at powerdga.com.
I don't flex, I'm a success. I don't flex, flex. I don't flex, flex. Flex, flex. I don't flex, flex. I don't flex, flex. I don't flex, flex. I don't flex, flex.
Live coverage of the Texas State Championships continues here on the Disc Golf Network. Nicholas Antila, 2 under through 2 holes.
Got to the flat. Nicely done. He still has a decent ways to the bucket, but he's definitely within reach.
To the 6th, Wysocki.
Oh yeah, that's perfect, Charlie. Nice look at the basket just before the OB.
To the 3rd with Nico.
That will do. This is one of the more generous fairways on the course. Now Carter Ahrens here on 3. A lot of height underneath it. Oh yeah. Should be a lawn dart into the green, pretty similar to where Burridge was.
To the 13th, Mason Ford had the great drive and cashes in the birdie. Now tied for 5th at 6 under. So Mason playing great here in Texas.
Mason's just playing great in general. I think the progression of him as a player has been a treat to watch over the years. I remember being impressed with him for the first time watching him at the 2021 World Championships in Utah, just being like, who is this brilliant shot shaper with such perfect angle integrity? And, you know, pretty much coming from him, he's saying that it's this similar thing to Nicholas Antila. He's just learning how to put the pieces together, make better decisions, choose more consistent discs, you know, throughout the course. I think he's just becoming a better golfer and also enjoying the pressure moments and getting there.
Back-to-back top 20 finishes on tour. 4th at Waco, 16th at Austin. Up inside the top 10 right now. Second shot from Barella on the 6th.
Pretty unfavorable spot to be on that fairway. This is much better. You want to push the OB on the left side. Not too shabby. So he's got about 400, maybe a little bit more to the green. Yeah, looks like he's laying up short of the OB. Smart choice. Said he has about 490 in the tank. That's about his max distance.
Second shot for Wysocki. Very nice.
Nico trying to run the green, little flex on it. It's not going to stay up. Long birdie look ahead.
I don't think he likes it.
Don't think he likes it. And you know what? Understandable. It's a long shot, though. If you don't get the angle right, you'll know pretty quick.
Good tee shot from Heimburg.
That's what you want. I wanted to actually throw it out to Nate Perkins. Nate, we saw some standing water in some of the shadier areas throughout the week. How's the ground now? What does the ground play look like out here?
Yeah, after the sun all day today and yesterday, it's pretty much 90% dried up. There might be just a couple spots that are muddy, but there's almost no standing water left on the course. And for the ground play, there's most of the time it's thick clovers and there's not really skips, and some people are using that to their advantage. Some people are struggling because they need the skip for that extra distance and to get back toward the pin. So just pay attention to those spots that just grab like Velcro.
Decent there for Carter. Yeah, going off of what Nate said, when you have a bunch of patches of clover all over the course, it's so much better to at least try for a skip than get completely denied on a slide.
Barella was listed as out of bounds off of his tee shot. So this is his fourth shot, and he'll be putting for bogey from there.
Greens are definitely smaller today, Charlie. Not only does the elevated pin make the greens smaller, but now with the added wind and variability in that, it's just a really tough day out there at the putting green. I'm interested to see putting from C2 stats today.
Burridge. Got it. Great start for Robert Burridge. Another long-range putt, and confidently.
I really love Burridge, and I love his patience. I love that he's playing the long game. He knows it might not be now that he gets his first win, but he's ready to put the work in. So, well done. Maybe he cleans up.
So that is a bogey for Barella. He drops to 2 under. Ford 2 shots off the lead.
Oh, that's really pretty.
Birdie putt for Ricky.
There it is.
Great adjustment. Almost a little too high, but Ricky sticks it for his second birdie of the round. That was Nico just missing low. He'll have a tap in for par.
And this is somewhat of a viable look, Charlie.
This would make it 3 down through 3 for Nicholas.
I didn't get it flat enough.
So Antila will take his first par of the day.
Another tricky one here for Carter. Carter's been putting himself in position throughout this season, but just hasn't quite capitalized. Really low in the birdie category.
Heimburg in for his first birdie. That gets him to 1 over. Deliberate putting approach there for Antila, and he cards the par. Burridge on the 7th.
Not quite there. Resting in the fairway. This is just the slightest bit of turn on this shot if you're throwing the backhand, and the forehand just needs to push a little bit straight. This actually is great for the way that Humphreys likes to throw the flick. Yeah, well done. You can take the inside flex, you can go outside backhand.
Just 294-foot par 3, but how far does it play effectively up the hill?
It's just over 300 feet. It's uphill, but it's not terrible. I mean, Ricky's throwing a slower disc right here. Got a little reverse skip there. Not too bad.
Ricky's parked. Barella also going with a slower disc.
Yeah, looking for a little bit of the same from Rick.
A point and shoot hole for the big arms. Back to 14. Ford.
He looks real good right now, Charlie.
Throwing so smooth.
Just looks so deliberate every time.
Great shot from Heimburg. Another circle one birdie putt coming up.
.405, got to have the hyzer pretty much the whole way. Really specific angle to get to the green.
Short and flirting with that OB left. That is marked out of bounds, so Nicholas goes OB. Nice putt from Luke Humphreys. Back-to-back birdies. Barella's got a birdie putt. Fourth birdie of the day for Barella. Tap in for Wysocki for his second birdie in a row. Burridge taps in for par after pitching up from further down the fairway. Take a look at our leaderboard. A couple of guys still on the course, moving up the board. Mason Ford leading the way. 600 through 13 with Hjalte Jensen right there.
I think it's going to be a tight tournament, Charlie. I think we're going to see a lot of players in this 6, 7, 8 under par range, but you're going to have to climb into the double digits, I think, to separate yourself, and that's going to be real tough to do with these conditions.
A lot of the big names early on the course right now have had a little bit of an uneven start. As we take a look at hole number 8.
Well, this is almost 1,200 feet, par 5. Talked to Anthony Barella about this hole. I said, is anybody going to get the eagle? And I figured he'd be the best person to ask. And he said, you know, I don't think anybody with these conditions is going to get the 3, at least from circle 1. He thinks it's possible. You have a decent amount of space off the tee. You have the OB on the left and right, just like every hole out here. But once you get here, you can throw a really big aggressive distance shot over all these middle trees. You can try the roller, given that the ground is completely dried up. Otherwise, you know, taking a 4 here is not too difficult. I think a lot of players, especially if the wind's in a good direction, should be able to kind of pick this hole apart.
Interesting note, perhaps because of the OB and the distance, this is playing as the second hardest hole on the course. I beg your pardon, that's hole 18, not hole 8. Third easiest. That sounds right. I was surprised.
Sounds about right, Charlie. Yeah, averaging under par, 4.68. It makes sense. I mean, you can bite off almost half the hole off the tee. There's really nothing in your way.
Antila from the drop zone after going OB off the tee. So he'll have a short bogey putt. Mason Ford, another birdie on 14. He's just one back of Nathan Queen. 4 holes to go. Can he put up the hot round of the day? We're going to find out on the other side.
I'm super stoked about my new bag line. I'm actually still rocking the very first Voyager Pro I got when I joined MVP over 2.5 years ago, so I'm stoked to get some new bags and some personalized ones just for me. We got 3 awesome colorways picked out. The James Conrad World Champion patch right on the front is such a cool touch to me. It's kind of reminiscent of the artwork on the stock Nomad. It'll be an awesome chance for fans to support me and to rock some new colorways on the Voyager bags with this release.
Cheers to morning walks and upshots at sunset. To good rounds and bad. To high fives and nice shots. To the TDs and AMs that make this game what it is. To beating your rating or your first ace. Cheers to the game we love. But most importantly, to having fun. Cheers to disc golf. Let's go. Let's grow. Lone Star Disc.
This is the game changer. Step onto the course with the Pure Premium Disc Golf Bag, adding a touch of glamorous flair to your play. Don't miss the exclusive pre-sale at puredisc.net for the best price. Upgrade your game, upgrade your look.
This is your last chance this weekend. Orders over $40 ship free, or come here to our Bloomington, Illinois store, where we opened up 1 year ago this weekend. Shop us online, powergripusa.com.
I think this golfing can improve our community in many ways. It brings people together.
That maybe some of these kids who feel a little bit lost could find something like disc golf, find friends, find people to come together and play the sport.
Encouraging people to work together, kids to know one another, love one another.
A way for these kids to have a really fun thing to do together.
I think that's what we need in the world, love one another and do life together.
The 2024 Prodigy Signature Series are here. The Signature Series explores the evolution of flight. Get yours March 22nd on ProdigyDisc.com.
Calvin Heimburg is trying to get back to even par with this birdie putt on the 4th, and he's got it. So Calvin erasing a couple of OB early, taking a couple of bogeys, and back to even. Mason Ford on 15.
And this is pretty much a similar forehand to what he just had to throw on 14. A little bit more turn this time. Yeah, 30 or so feet left, not too bad. Oh yeah, full power rip from Rick on 8. That's huge.
And a little extra ground play. To the 5th, Heimburg.
It's got to simmer down.
Edge of the circle. Barella on the 8th.
Oh, going hyzer flip. I believe this is the nuke he threw at the All-Star Distance competition. Yeah, that's giant.
Back to 5 for Antila. Needs a skip. Not going to get one. And Burridge on the 8th. Making moves down the fairway. Ford, got it. Yes. 3 in a row for Mason, and he ties Nathan Queen for the lead at 8 under par. And he's got 3 holes to play.
Oh, he looks completely in control right now, Charlie.
He has parked and had short tap-ins for 5 of his birdies today. Continuing to look fantastic. 1 for 3 from circle 2. Just able to convert every time he's been on the green. Antila just laying up here on the 5th. Heimburg for birdie.
There it is. There it is. Solid putt. After all that, he's now 1 under par.
Perfect inside the circle.
That was sprayed. Just going to show you how wide this fairway is on the 8th. He's still safe. Just such a gorgeous property, Charlie. I mean, it looks like a golf course, but it's completely used for disc golf now. Just a wonderful property.
I was talking to the tournament director, Chris Vandegrift. Currently, this is a fully temporary layout for the MPO. The FPO, which plays a separate course, is using a modified version of a course that is permanently installed here. But the Houston Parks and Rec Department was so impressed with this event last year that they're now in talks to make it a at least semi-permanent course here for MPO. So we see the first mistake in quite some time for Mason Ford. Carter Ahrens makes the birdie putt on the 5th. He gets back to even. So big Anheuser there from Burridge.
He's going to be sitting nicely in the fairway after his second shot. Want to throw it down to Perkins real quick. Perkins, potentially eagleable hole from the words of AB. What's the wind doing on this hole?
Yeah, so it's actually a helping wind there. It's kind of a tailwind over the left shoulder. So if they can get it up in the air on some Annie, the wind is definitely going to help them on that first shot. It's going to be a crosswind approach to the green. But like AB said, I just think the wind is a little too high today to really see someone card to 3 from inside the circle.
Bit of a misfire there from Borella.
They weren't really sure if he was trying to hit one of those 3 gaps or he was trying to go over the top, but either way, still a lot of work to do left to get up there to the green. Okay.
So Ricky in a position to attack for the birdies. We go to the 6th, Heimburg. 665-foot par 4.
Not gonna happen, Charlie. That's OB, and that's early OB.
To the 16th, Ford. Just pitches up.
Bends right on this hole, number 6. OB all in that tree line, all down the left side. You want to push the corner, but also get as close to the OB left as you can. That's decent. He's not going to see the basket from there, but he's going to have an opportunity to get up and down.
So Humphreys did find the OB on that right-hand side. Tough to see there, that thin white line. So he's throwing his 4th shot.
Not too shabby. It's in a pretty decent range for Luke and kind of the putts he likes to take.
Great overhead look from our Flight Factory drone. Thanks to our friends at Flight Factory for providing these beautiful drone images all season long. Go to flightfactorydisc.com to check out all the merch they have available. You can hit that QR code.
Love the overhead looks of some of these trees that Houston has. Loblolly pines are some of my favorite disc golf trees. Just tall, skinny, can frame fairways so well.
Third shot for Borella. Very nice. So second shot didn't matter much. Made enough progress to make it an easy approach into the green. Heimburg second.
Not bad, but again, he's way far back after that shot off the tee. Looks like a bogey awaits. Now Ricky. Approach to the green. Not much left. It's sad. Sad enough. Still, stand still, approach forehand. You mean definitely want to be closer to the bullseye, especially with this wind.
Just gonna go cut roller. It doesn't seem like a great thing.
Mason Ford tied for the lead with Queen and Jensen.
I think it can work.
Ford did card to par on 16.
It is a right to left. And it is a flippy disc.
Some discussion on the tee of a roller. Haven't seen a single one today, though.
Yeah, that's bold, especially with this ground. Charlie, I want to ask you, every hole in this course is pretty much roped out of bounds surrounding all of it. Park-style golf interspersed throughout this property. What are your thoughts so far?
Well, I think it's interesting comparing it to the FPO track that we watched this morning. There's a lot more elevation change on this premier course. And, you know, you can see how when the wind is down, players could easily shoot double digits under par, but it seems unlikely we're going to see that happen today, given the wind conditions. But if the wind is a little lower into the weekend, I mean, we could see a real birdie race to the finish.
And on a course like this, I love that because you can get to the finish multiple ways. I mean, park-style golf just gives you so many different options, so many different ways to attack.
Another low miss from Wysocki. That's his third Circle 1 miss today.
I'm wondering if he's going to ever start flipping the disc upside down and start putting in these wins. I know it's something he's enjoyed doing in the past. But that's the fourth missed low that we've seen.
Burridge moves into a tie for 19th, as does Barella. So another frustrating par there for Wysocki. Humphreys takes the bogey after going out of bounds. Back to the sixth. Antila throwing his second shot.
It's going to be a blind forehand. He needs a flare here. Nah. And an X. Out of bounds for Nicholas Antila. Ouch. That's actually not bad. He got far enough left to where he has an open look now on 17. Well done.
Jensen, 8 under, bogey free, now up tied for the lead. I mean, as we can see so far, being bogey free out here today is you're really
prime
shooting
real
well.
estate. Yep, that's prime real estate, Charlie. That's with the OB on every single hole, the ground play being inconsistent, the wind being the way it is. It's tough to keep everything in play.
All three players up at 8 under, tied for the lead, are bogey free. As we take a look here at hole number 9.
360 feet, par 3, got the OB tight again on both sides. You can go kind of a flip-up forehand that rides the left side and skips in. You can throw kind of a late flipping turnover. There is something you can do on the right side, low, kind of a bullet with something overstable and kind of slide it up there. But again, like Nate Perkins said, and as you can see on the drone flight, patches of ground that are really, really wet. So players hoping to get there on the fly. Oh, that turnover does not look like it's coming back enough. That is way back there. Huge misfire for Anthony.
Yeah, he went out of bounds early in the fairway.
There's the attempt at the low line, but the wind just not allowing it to get out. Yeah, Rick going slow as well. Same mistake, getting the disc turned over, the wind just shoves it down.
That's got to fight back.
Not going to happen.
Ouch. So the second featured card struggling on hole 9. Let's go back to 6. Antila just went out of bounds. So he'll have a tap-in bogey. It's going to drop him back to even par. Ford.
Oh, such a smooth shot. Hopefully that's stuck.
And that settles nicely for Barella. He'll have a short bogey putt.
And that's kind of what we're talking about in this course. You throw one misfire, that's a stroke right there. Stroke penalty.
Burge just pitches up. Kind of a half run from Ricky, but he will take a par. Antila taps in the bogey. Heimburg laid up to here and taps in for bogey. So no pars yet for Calvin. Nico in for par. So Luke Humphreys gives it a half run. He's still out, so he'll putt again. In for bogey. Barella also in for the bogey.
Hole 9. Seems straightforward, but clearly way tougher than it looks. That was a brutal spread for that card.
The wind wreaking havoc with players. We go back to 17. Mason Ford putting for birdie. Trying to take the outright lead at 9 under.
Head crosswind here. Nice putt. Nice read. 9 down clean.
5 for 5 from C1X. Maybe we will see somebody get to double digits today. Hole 18 awaits Mason. Heimburg on the 7th. Pin high outside the circle. Antila.
Yeah.
Perhaps a helpful kick. Take a look at our leaderboard. Some players making moves. Isaac Robinson climbing up into a tie for third. Jay Kiepenheimer. Jensen dropped back from 8 down to 7 under. What a logjam there at 7 under, Brian.
Charlie, we've been talking about this big four. You know, we're trying to make this narrative of this big four. We haven't talked about Isaac Robinson at all, really, this season. It's been kind of a slow start for him, but it was also kind of a slow start for him last year. Exciting to see him putting together a good round today.
Yeah, Isaac Robinson missing cash at Waco, finishing 47th and 29th at the Open at Austin. But if you go back to 2023, he didn't do much of anything early in the season, and then he came out, finished top 10 at Music City Open, then 5th at the Blue Ridge Championship on the Silver Series, and then he won the Champions Cup for his first major.
Things were clicking at the right time. Just glanced over a pretty solid drive from Robert Burridge. Hole 10 funnels into the middle here. There's a tree right in the middle of the fairway that serves as kind of the North Star. Farther you get up, the more feasible the ceiling is in the second. Man, these drives are just getting slammed into the ground. I got to throw it out to Nate Perkins again. We've been seeing drives just get burnt over left and right, and now this wind is going in the opposite direction as the previous hole. Can you talk about it?
Yeah, it's a tough wind. It's really swirling, and right there for Rick's shot, he just put just a hair too much ante on it, and the wind got on top of his disc and just shoved it down. It's just such a tough ask right now, Brian, because it's asking them to throw 450 dead straight, but only 6 feet off the ground. Really tough to do in these specific conditions.
Yeah, and the ceiling is really low, so they're pretty much forcing you to bite off distance off this tee shot. Guy like Luke's gonna have to fully shape something. That's not bad.
Heimburg for birdie. Got it. Well, he might be a little shaky off the tee right now, but his putting looks fantastic.
Yeah, at least his heart's racing, Charlie. At least he's got kind of an interesting scorecard.
4 birdies, 3 bogeys, 0 pars for Calvin today. Antila for birdie to get back under par. And he is in. Hole 7 playing is the second easiest hole on the course. To the 18th, Mason Ford throwing into a ripping headwind.
This is just one of those shots where you don't want to overshape it. You want to take something that you rarely throw, one of those just wicked overstable distance drivers, and just smash it out and hope that the wind carries it back. Yeah, look at that thing flip. Safe.
Wow, man, the wind just moving. That's a great shot in these conditions. So Ford will be able to pitch up and tap in for a par and go into the clubhouse with a one-shot lead over Nathan Queen.
It's just one of those days where it looked like he was controlling 100% of the disc's flight on the green, off the tee. Solid day for Mason Ford. Now Ricky. Second shot. Should be a pretty easy up and down for par. Not sure if the look for birdie is there.
Big skip for Burridge. He'll be outside the circle. To the 7th. LeCastro.
Oh, that's gorgeous. That is a beautiful line, Charlie. He threw that so slow.
He would go on to make the birdie putt.
Little flip up on the sidearm for AB. That's going to work out.
Back to 7 for Carter Ahrens. Excellent shot from Ahrens. He would also go on to make birdie.
Humphrey's got more left than everybody else. He actually got the finish. Just to show you how low that ceiling is, but he's going to kick himself for that one. That's a unforced error right there.
Nice look at Houston, Brock Park. Mason Ford sitting with the one-shot lead over Nathan Queen. So Heimburg, 4 birdies in the last 5 holes.
That's solid. Left side just gives you the opportunity to throw a big power hyzer over everything and leave just a little bit left to get the birdie.
Wysocki will have that left for a bogey. Antila.
Beautiful. Well done. Full flight from Niklas. Get a load of the speed here from Carter Ahrens. Just crazy velocity. Take a look soon. Now Burridge.
Almost. Barella for a birdie. Well low. This for bogey for Wysocki. Oh, and it almost splashed out on him. But stays in. He drops to 2 under. He's now in a tie for 38th. Humphreys laid up and then tapped that in for par. And a couple more pars for Burridge and Barella. Tough sledding out here, Brian.
Seriously, Charlie. 10 definitely played tough, but again, when you look at the design, it makes sense. And a layup there for Mason Ford. He's going to take the par to finish out a wonderful day on the course. 9 under par in these conditions. That's something to be proud of, for sure.
Mason Ford into the clubhouse at 9 down. It's going to be an excellent round, probably coming in around 1069 rated. A couple of those 7 under still out on the course. Isaac Robinson trying to perhaps tie Ford up at the top.
Yeah, we'll see what he does on 18.
That's going to be a tough basket to reach right now. Speaking of 18, Jake Hebenheimer, who's sitting at 7 under, trying to get a spot on the lead card tomorrow.
This is someone that I think could get to this basket pretty easily in this wind. He's still going to have to smack something on the right angle. Look at that feather banner just ripping.
Just 5 birdies today on the 18th. Disking up, perhaps.
See how steep he's lining it up, too. You really hate to shape a hyzer too much in this wind. Wow. At least he's behind the basket. At least he can just pitch up to the green with a tailwind. Just fine from Niklas. And now here, Calvin can just... Oh, is he going roller here? He was saying he was working on some rollers, Charlie.
The first we've seen today on coverage in this wind.
He used to be pretty adamant against throwing rollers, so this is interesting. Or is he just going flex? Wow.
Huge flex.
I was going to say,
wow,
that's a bold roller. I was not expecting that. Nice shot.
More wind in the forecast over the weekend. But no rain. And we've had rain at every tour stop so
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Felt like we were in a simulation for a little bit. Now up to 11, Burridge. This is a really interesting hole, and this is actually a hole that TD, Chris Vandegrift, said he's really proud of from a design standpoint. I think in the early phases of designing this hole, they had a specific idea in mind, as we see Burridge kind of burning over into the out of bounds. He said they kind of got married to a specific idea, but they had to kind of scrap the idea to not make this one of those boring transitional holes just to get from point A to point B. He said what they did and how many iterations of this hole they went through. I feel like it's one of the iconic holes out here on the property. And that's exactly what you want to do. Just baby flex, get one out there to the corner. Some players could go wide forehand over the creek on the left. Oh. He did not just do that. Sit down. Charlie.
What a shot from Humphreys.
That's just a really bold decision to make in this wind.
Wysocki clips the tree, goes into the OB, and things are not going Ricky's way today.
Look at this.
Our Powered by Nakua replay. Luke Humphreys using the wind to push it back onto the fairway and stand it up.
That is so narrow. The window he laid that down is so narrow. It reminds me of the roller a lot of players throw over in Europe at Nokia, hole 12. That is incredible.
And that roller from Luke Humphreys is powered by Nakua Lifestyle Power. Antila on the 8th. Needs to fight back. And that is out of bounds. Matty O, Ezra Aderhold, 6 down through 14, climbing up into the top 10.
Oh boy.
The line goes from being like the spray paint marker or whatever.
Nate, did you get a look at this live from Anthony Barella?
Actually, am I allowed to do that? I'm not allowed to bounce, right? Okay.
I don't have a great view of it, Charlie, but he's certainly not at the corner, so he's still going to have to shape up to the corner first. He's really pinched on how much distance he can bite right now, unless he wants to get extremely risky and go out over the out of bounds.
Yeah, we're now taking a look at Ricky's lie, not AB's, and he threw this flex shot. Rick just ricocheted off that tree there. And just a rough lie, and he's safe.
I think we overheard them say they just couldn't call it OB from like where the paint was. It was a little bit unclear. You got to go advantage to the player there.
Okay, green flag, advanced a little bit. Third shot from Calvin on 8. Pretty straightforward. Well done.
To the 18th, Ben Calloway putting for birdie up the hill.
Should we take that off so the people behind us are at a disadvantage?
Just off the cage. Callaway will have a par tap in, and he'll be at 6 under, tied for 9th. Good round for Callaway today. Jake Hebenheimer putting up the hill as well. Good effort, but not quite. So he will finish up at 7 under for his round and a tie for 3rd. Third shot for Ricky.
Another really long look for birdie for Rick. It's been a tough grind out there for him. It's been tough to get birdies, at least from comfortable range. Now AB after just going picture perfect off the tee. There's a little creek on the right side. OB next to the basket. Oh, look at that thing fall, just nice and slow.
A little tree knocks it down right inside the circle. Here's Isaac Robinson teeing off on 18.
Oh no. Gosh, dude. Just drifts it too far right. Oh, beautiful shot there for Luke. I got to throw it to Perkins real quick. Nate, talk about the roller off the tee from Luke Humphreys. Were you even expecting that?
No, I don't think anybody would expect that with the wind direction that he had right there, but he had, enough of a bad flow so far this round that I think he just felt like he had nothing to lose, and he's really good at a late roller like that.
And a solid shot there for Burridge inside circle one.
Heimburg in for the birdie on the 8th. Continuing a par-free scorecard, he's back to 2 under.
He's fighting, Charlie. I think he could actually save a pretty solid day, and that's going to be one to be proud of.
Tap in bogey there for Antila.
Got it!
Long par make for Wysocki.
Oh, it's been an exhausting go for him so far. Finally got one to stick.
Roll back the Zuka replay on this one. Hasn't had a lot of success on the green today, but that one is a beauty. First circle 2 make. Barella for birdie. That gets him to 4 down, tied for 22nd. Robert Burridge in for the birdie. He's quietly putting together a really nice round. He has yet to take a bogey. And a really nice birdie there for Luke Humphreys after the roller. So, Mason Ford into the clubhouse at 9 under. Lots of players within 2 strokes. We'll be back on the Disc Golf Network.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Sexton Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
Ricky Wysocki, ladies and gentlemen, from the drop zone.
Cheers to helping new players, to high fives and encouragement, to being a positive light while helping grow the sport. Cheers to you, Ranger Team. Thank you.
We just saw Nico LaCastro park hole number 9. We'll see if Calvin Heimburg can follow suit as live coverage of the first round of the Texas State Championships presented by Lone Star Discs continues here on the Disc Golf Network.
That's the line. That's the line that our chase card missed, or our second feature card missed. Nice shot.
Burridge 5 under. Just gets knocked down. It would have been perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been perfect. But that tree is there for a reason. That big old elm tree. Got to keep it low. Got to play the flare. And at 460, it's a tall ask. Not bad. And again, OB all down the right side. So you try to throw the distance shot. If you overturn it, you'll get penalized pretty quick. And it looks like this might be that. Gets the flare.
Fights back in bounds.
Big flare. It's actually going to be a circle 2 look for birdie, I believe. Ideally, a little bit more pace on that, a little bit less turn, and that's the good shot. Ricky's trying to do it.
If he wants to go 7 for 7 here at Texas State, he's got to get something going here in the next few holes.
How about that?
That's a great way to get things started. Not the ideal roll, but that's a very makeable
Totally
putt
fine.
for Ricky.
That's a great shot there.
To the 16th. Ezra Aderhold gets to 8 under with his 4th straight birdie. Look at this scorecard. Antila for birdie on the 9th. Smooth. So he continues to fight. He's at 1 under. Barella from range. Good height, too far right for Barella.
It's about 50 feet. Yes, sir.
Luke gets it to go. That's back-to-back for Humphreys.
The trajectory of this little spin jumper is just so pleasant to watch. Just little float, plays the wind well, and the speed's right so you can drop into the weak side. Oh, the spinner! Haven't seen too many spin putts out of Ricky Wysocki today.
First birdie for Ricky since hole 7. That gets him back to 3 under par, tied for 35th. Good putt on the comebacker for Barella. He remains at 4 under. So Ezra Aderhold, one of the hottest players on the course right now. He's got 8 birdies since hole 6.
Ooh, and he's playing the turn down the right side. This is definitely an option. Riskier. That's huge.
Big shot from Aderhold. In position to tie Mason Ford with a birdie on 17. Another birdie for Heimburg. If he keeps this going, Brian, I mean, he's going to be up the leaderboard by the time this thing's all said and done.
He's going to feel like he ran a marathon today, Charlie.
Matty O having a good round as well. He's 6 down. Here he is on 17.
Not bad. Still a little bit of work left to do.
That is safe.
Nico lining up a roller on this one. Still in the middle.
Heimburg. Six birdies in the last 7 holes.
Look at that thing scream out of his hand. That's great. That's really good.
13th, 282-foot par 3. Here's Humphreys. Sneaks it through somehow.
Crazy reaction. He knows that. That was interesting. Still a look.
To the 10th, Antila.
Conservative. He's going to have to throw really low on that second shot.
Go back over to 13 for Ricky's tee shot. Circle 2. Needs to fight back.
I think it does, but look at those thorns. That might not be feasible depending on where it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna try it.
Great shot from AB. Take another look.
This is the skill that I think he's developed the most out of the past couple of seasons. It's just this down-tempoed, really controlled, intentional shot with a slower disc.
Back over to 17. Matteo. Have to maybe think about a flex shot here.
Oh, boy. You just got to turn it. There's OB on the right side. Got to commit to the angle here.
No. Thank you.
Bad kick, good kick for Matty. No. I think if that one had gone down, we might have seen some Raptor legs, but not there for Ricky. Second shot for Nico on 10. Going roller again.
I mean, that has to sit down. There's OB on this hole. Okay, he's good. Circle 2. Oh, nope. There's the line.
No stakes over on that side, but
spotter gave us the clarity. That's
Yep.
another roller and another bad outcome.
Burridge for birdie. He's actually almost pin high here. You bet. 6 under now for Robert Burridge. He is moving and he is bogey free. Up into the top 10 with that birdie. Robert Burridge, Houston native.
He's getting some home cooking this week. No more rice and beans.
Somebody just hit a big shot. Humphreys takes a moment. And he puts it in. So that's a par for Luke. Ricky for par. Barella with a beautiful drop-in birdie. What a tee shot for AB. That gets him to 5 under. We catch up with Nicholas Antila throwing his second shot on the 10th. Inside the circle. Go back to 17 after the enormous tee shot from Ezra Aderhold. Here's his second shot.
Yeah, this is way up here. This might even be within 200. On the 717-foot par 4. Ooh, that was a wicked overstable disc he threw, and the crosswind just said no thanks. Tough decision there for Ezra. Oh, great ground play from Calvin. Nice little skip shot there.
So Heimburg putting for birdie.
Matthew, Forum.
And same crosswind's going to carry it. Surprised to not see a forehand fighting against that wind. But again, when you're one of the best backhand throwers potentially that we've seen in a long time, can't really question it.
What stands out to you in this top 10?
You know what's crazy, Charlie? You look at the top 10, I'm not surprised to see any of these guys shoot well. This is the tour in 2024. You look all the way down the standings, even down to 70th place sometimes, and you see a shooter that's been playing this game a long time. And hats off to Randon Lotta. He's a player that I think we're going to see him pop off. He's still young. He's still out here.
Oh, my goodness. Ezra was upset with himself after the approach shot, so he jammed the putt with authority. What a stepper.
Yeah, I love his mindset on the step putts. He says, you know, it's not a death putt if it goes in, so might as well just fire it.
And that does bring him into a tie at the top of the leaderboard with Mason Ford at 9 under.
Oh, Bird sneaks through everything. That's got to get left. That's going to work. It's going to be a blind shot, but think he can go dealer's choice, forehand, backhand from there. You want to push the OB left as much as possible. Mm-hmm. That's it right there.
Carter Ahrens putting for birdie on the 10th. Yes. Third birdie of the day for Ahrens.
I'm gonna stay about right here.
Another one good enough. Not necessarily as left as he probably would want it, but still, opportunities. Another fairway hit for Ricky.
Antila putting for birdie on the 10th. Splashes it out left side.
That's a 20-footer, Charlie. That's rough.
First circle one miss of the day. Orem on 17. Yeah, he saw what Ezra did and said, I can do that too. Sticks it. This one for a par, though. Vinny trying to make it 4 in a row and 7 birdies in the last 8 holes.
The switch has been flipped.
Delivering the pizza there. Man, oh man, still par free for Calvin.
Overlooking some just beautiful nature here.
As we go live to the 18th, Ezra Aderhold tied at the top of the leaderboard at 9 under.
Is it stable enough to get back? Yes, sir.
What a great shot. He'll have a look to get to 10 under par. Ricky parks it. Edge of the circle for Humphreys.
Just trying to get a little late flip here out of the putter. .28 feet left. Really smooth, though. Oh, he's going for the bucket here. That's got to get back left.
Big uphill birdie putt coming for Matty O.
Oh, this is going to be tough. Blind shot. There are some reference point trees he can use. Just a bit too much turn there for Robert.
To the 11th, Heimburg. No pars on his scorecard today. Began his tournament by hitting first available on hole 1. Took back-to-back bogeys, but has fought back and now has 7 birdies in the last 8 holes.
Oh, look at this. I mean, other than that tree, near perfection.
Just such a great low line drive thrower. Perfect fit on this Brock Park Premier course. So much power. And he's getting the extra distance because of the angle his discs are coming in.
It's really impressive. I mean, this is just what I remember last year of him just dominating the field. I thought we were going to see a new era of disc golf that was solely centered around Calvin Heimburg. And yes, it was a phenomenal season, but surprisingly saw other names pop up and take down multiple victories as well. Just goes to show you how tough it really is to win at this level. Seeing some steep angle out of Nicklaus's hand. Oh, he is going roller.
Sneaks around the tree.
He's got to sit down. Awesome. Really awesome cut roller there.
Back to 14. Burridge pitches up. Humphreys putting for birdie.
Dude, I knew it was a fake win.
Hate when you get those fake wins.
Phonies. Absolute phonies.
Barella for birdie.
Got it again.
It's back-to-back for Anthony Barella. His 8th birdie of the day. Gets him to 6 under, tied for 10th.
He's also been scrapping together a pretty solid day. Hasn't strung together too many birdies in a row, but still in a great spot to finish strong.
Got the wind read that time. Little grass. Ooh. Some velocity into the change there from Ricky. So Ricky gets a birdie. He moves to 4 under. Burridge taps in for the par. Back to 11. LeCastro. He puts down the roller.
Oh, this is amazing.
Wow.
I guess that is the line. Better win than we thought.
Got the long walk from 17 to 18. I want to send it down to Nate Perkins. We got a great look at this bridge across this big ravine. Nate, what can you tell us about this part of Brock Park?
Yeah, I love that bridge. Love bridges in general, but this one, it crosses the Greens Bayou, and a bayou is basically just like a slow moving river. And down here in this part of Texas, not a lot of hills, it's pretty flat, and there's a lot of marshes around, and this one is really cool. It cuts through from northwest Houston over here to this section on the northeast before it heads down to the ship channel down near Galveston, and it's chock full of wildlife, guys. Great blue herons, alligator snapping turtles, giant catfish, and alligator gar. Pretty cool spot.
Fantastic. Gotta go look for some of those catfish later, I think. Barella on 15. Wow, what a shot from AB.
Just a 370-foot spike forehand, not too shabby.
Ricky taking a lower line with the same result. Making it look easy.
This is right in the wheelhouse of so many players. I mean, there's a lot of guys in MPO that have just under that 400-foot of distance on the forehand now. Didn't quite get it far right enough before the skip. To the green of 18. Matt Oram.
Couple big putts coming up here. Oram first. So close for Matteo. He will settle for par and finish tied for 10th at 6 under. Ezra Aderholt has an opportunity to take the outright lead with a make.
Just haven't seen a make on 18 yet, Charlie.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of close misses.
This is one of those greens, though. You know, everybody trying to run this putt in the back of their head knows that danger is looming. But now Calvin, see how much that tree affects the throw.
Not much. He's parked, trying to make it 5 straight birdies and 8 of 9. Ezra Aderholt taps in, and he will head into the clubhouse at 9 under, tied with Mason Ford. Oram at 6 down. Take a look at the leaderboard. Whoa, Gannon Burr sneaking up there. He's 8 under through 16. We haven't even seen him throw a shot yet.
I mean, that 5 through 9 under par mark goes way down the leaderboard. There's a log jam already forming.
Burridge. Second shot from Nico after the big roller on 11.
That's huge. That is a giant roller to have that shot.
Tap in birdie for Nico. Ricky puts in his birdie. That gets him to 5 under. Luke puts in the birdie. Par putt here for Burridge. Had a tap in for Barella for his birdie. So Barella now at 7 under, 2 shots off the lead. And here is Gannon Burr. This is to get to 8 under par. And as we just saw a moment ago, he makes that putt. And so he gets to 8 down with 2 holes to play. How about this scorecard? Live on the tee of 17. Gannon.
Oh no.
He says, oh no, but he's way up the fairway. About 450.
He is a little pinched off potentially behind that tree in the middle.
I'm sure his 9-foot wingspan's gonna do the trick there.
Antila for birdie. He's at 2 under. Barella teeing off on 16.
Just another fantastic touch shot from AB.
He's been throwing that disc beautifully.
It just feels like a joystick to him at this point. Seems like he's controlling every bit of that flight. Rick going sidearm. Not going to happen.
Another birdie chance here for Heimburg. He's not missing that. 5 in a row. That's a Yahtzee for Calvin Heimburg. Seven holes to play for Calvin. Still no pars. Burridge. A little bit deep. We've seen him hit a couple putts, though, from the rough. Checking in with Simon Lizotte teeing off on 17. He's currently sitting at 5 under. He just birdied the 16th.
Yeah, that slides him out to the left side. Really well done. Calvin on the 460-foot 12th. Again, OB all down the right side. No. Hits a patch of clover.
Yeah, no skip to be had on the 12th. Might be looking at Calvin's first par. Second shot for Ricky on 16.
Circle's edge.
Tester to save par. Antila coming off of his first tour win at the Open at Austin. You can really see how much that meant to him, Brian.
I mean, again, Charlie, he was saying that his friends had to remind him to eat and drink water that week. He just wanted it so badly. Solid shot there. It's the obsession that it takes.
Luke Humphreys for birdie. Cash. That gets him to 4 under. He really is dangerous from that distance with that step putt. Ricky. No. Low again. He has left at least 5 strokes on the course today.
He's also just been having to work really hard on the putting green as well. Oh, sticks it on the strong side.
Robert Burridge up to 7 under par with that birdie. Varela, casual birdie to get to 8 under, tied for 3rd with Gannon Burr and Nathan Queen. 1 shot back of our leaders. One more time, Burridge. Clean window. And it just stays in on the cage.
I mean, it's been a great day for Robert. It's got to be chicken pot pie night back at Mom and Pop's house. It's always nice to be playing a Pro Tour event near family. His parents both really elite level ultimate players. He himself played for Magnum, just a phenomenal program at University of Michigan. One of the best dual athletes that we have in the disc sports world.
I think he's the most prominent MPO ultimate player. Of course, Ella Hansen coming over on the FPO side. She's not playing this weekend, took the weekend off.
Yeah, I would say, you know, Robert, Brody Smith, Ella.
Brody, not even arguably, clearly more famous than Robert, but Burridge, I think, has had a little bit more success than Brody up to the top of the leaderboard. Of course, going to that duel with Simon Lizotte in the playoff.
Week off from this, though.
Second shot for Heimburg on the par 3. So that will be par number 1 for Calvin. as we take a look at the 17th.
I think this is park golf in a nutshell. This is exactly why I like this style of golf. You can bomb a drive right and try to flatten it out and challenge the OB and get way up the fairway. You got a little bit more obstacles on the second. You can try to throw that left side hyzer that skips out into the open. You're farther away from the basket, but you have nothing in your way. Kind of a choose your own adventure. I mean, that's kind of why I like Brock Park. Whatever speaks to you in that moment, whatever the wind is doing, you have some sort of counter off the tee to beat that. And then you get up to the green, and yes, there's some mounds here. Yes, there's some potential to roll away, but again, the grass is really lush here. So just stick the drive on the side of the fairway you want, and it's bombs away.
Second shot for Gannon Burr.
Whoa, that was a really flippy disc he threw from that stance.
Probably 35.
Sweet shot.
Yeah, a little short.
Burr should have a look, but it's going to be from outside the circle. Antila birdie putt. Just outside the circle. Second shot for Simon. Full commit from Simon.
Are you kidding me? What a shot.
Take another look.
Was this a slip?
I think he had to commit to miss the tree. I don't know if he meant to go full to the ground, but he doesn't seem surprised about falling down.
Wow. Like the follow through and then the line the disc flew is ridiculous. I think he meant to do that.
Nate, did you hear anything from Simon about the shot he just made there?
Yeah, I was with him when he was lining it up, and he kind of turned around and, you know, showed us that that's what he was going to have to do to get out of the way and to be able to follow through without that tree that was right in front of his lie getting there. He turned around and gave us that classic Simon smirk, and he said, "I think I'm parked."
That was a great shot from Lizotte.
That's just masterful control over the body.
Par putt for Antila. Heimburg will remain at 5 under. Par for Carter Ahrens. And Nico in for par. Nice putt.
Where are you at? Thank you. Probably me. All right.
And that's Andrew Lower. He is sitting at even par from Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Just one of many Texas grinders playing so many tournaments already this season. Not too shabby.
To get to 9 down for Burr. Circle's edge. And he's got a share of the lead. 4 in a row for Gannon Burr. And can he be the one to unlock 18? The wind seems to have died down a little bit here as we've gotten into the afternoon. 5:30 local time. And Barella squares up the tree on 17. And I want to ask you, Nate, it does look like it's less windy. Is it, in fact, a little bit less windy now that we've gotten a little later in the day?
You know, when it calms down, when there's a lull in the gust, it feels much calmer than it did before. But when the gusts pick back up, it's just as extreme. So it's just whether or not you get one of those gusts. Right now, the wind is actually picking right back up on 18. It's a head right to left, so too much hyzer, and you're going to find that OB line left.
Burridge getting the flex and getting the checkup. Could have gotten out left, but I think he's far enough up there to where he has lots of options. Nice shot. Ricky going aggressive.
Up on the green, Simon, after the falling down approach, knocks in the birdie, and he is at 6 under.
You know who Simon Lizotte reminds me of in the sporting world? Luka Doncic from the Dallas Mavericks. I think that's the closest I can get to comparing him with another athlete. What a shot.
Heimburg chasing chains a little bit and sliding it up into the circle on 13.
That was smoked. Unbelievable forehand. That thing came out with so much speed, flipped up in the mid-flight.
What a recovery. I mean, he's got a birdie putt now after hitting that tree and it knocking him down probably 150 feet early.
Well, you saw how hard he threw that shot off the tee. He was trying to run the green, I think. I mean, he was trying to scare the spectators in the cart ahead of them.
What a shot there from Barella. Back to 13, Nico.
Oh, it's my favorite line that Nico throws. Kind of pulls away, leans into it, and kind of pops the nose up with those mini flexes. Just so nice.
Here we go, and as Gannon steps to the tee, look at the wind pick up.
I'm interested to see if he has a disc overstable enough to still throw flex, or does he have to throw hyzer here? Wow. Not bad.
That's where we've seen most players end up, down at the base of the hill. They'll have a chance to hit a big putt to take the outright lead at 10 under. Great shot from Ricky. Tap in birdie coming up. Back to 18, Simon.
Charlie, currently 5 out of 101 competitors have gotten into Circle 1 here.
That's going to be close, but it catches the roll back down to the base of the hill.
Sit. Oh, it's perfect. It's inside the ring. Nicely done.
Burridge, the closest. Well played hole from our second feature card. Absolutely beautiful this afternoon in Houston. Temperatures in the mid-70s today, going to be climbing over the weekend up into the mid-80s by Sunday. Great view from our Flight Factory drone. Barella in for birdie.
You're crazy, bro.
And that gets him to a share of the lead with Gannon Burr, Mason Ford, and Ezra Aderhold. Burridge puts in the birdie. He gets to 8 under.
This is a 700-foot hole, Charlie. He hits one of the first trees available and throws a forehand inside circle 1. I can't glance over that. That's ridiculous.
Wild shot. So star frame for the card on 17. Heimburg in for the birdie on 13. And players are heating up all over the course right now. We've got a 4-way tie at the top. Final hole action coming up.
Behold the Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course, a sanctuary where the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary. As each disc takes flight, destiny intertwines with the flight path. But beware, brave souls, for the course harbors challenges that even the boldest must confront. Yet, fear not, for victory and camaraderie are your companions on this voyage. Visit eaglescrossingdiscgolf.com.
You Play Disc Golf is your passport to teaching and learning the game. Our mission? To teach disc golf and make it accessible to everyone worldwide. From Alaska to Africa, Guatemala to Canada, and beyond, You Play Disc Golf has spread its wings teaching the love of the game across the globe. Get involved in our movement to make disc golf a universal joy. Explore youplaydiscgolf.org and join us in helping people find flight.
To reinvent means looking to the future, seeing greatness for a new generation. With the passion to perform and the talent to win, the time is now. The future is here.
You've seen them in the hands of professionals, helping them compete at the highest level. Whale Sacks is a female-owned small business, handmade in the USA. We are dedicated to outstanding grip for all disc golfers.
Cheers to helping new players, to high fives and encouragement, to being a positive light while helping grow the sport. Cheers to you, Ranger Team. Thank you.
Join us for a live stream event on the Dark Horse Sports Cards YouTube channel on Wednesday, April 3rd at 7 p.m. Central. We'll be unboxing disc golf trading cards, giving away goodies, and giving you a sneak peek at DGPT Relic Series cards. Plus, you'll have a chance to bid on these one-of-one autographed Relic Series cards on eBay from April 3rd to April 10th, with all proceeds from the auction benefiting the Wysocki Bomb Foundation, Paul McBeth Foundation, Uplay, and Edge. To the 18th, Gannon Burr putting for birdie.
You know what? That wasn't my. I forgot my putting putter. I don't want to go walk.
I'll give you one.
Taking the temptation out of it, Charlie. Not too bad. I think that was a nice layup.
Tap in and be tied for the lead heading into tomorrow, unless Barella can overtake him on 18. Simon for birdie. It's proven very difficult. Take a look at 18.
Well, the danger is, first off, it's an island, and you can't bleed it too far right. But if you want to go for circle one, you have to commit to landing it on the high side of this slope or on the flat spot. But if you do that and you leak it too far, the headwind that we're playing against today can lift you and send you way off into the OB there too. And all of those shots take you to the drop zone, which is not a gimme in itself. It's maybe 100 feet away from the basket. So players are just trying to take something super overstable, stick it in play. They know that no one's going to be birdieing this hole consistently in this wind.
Is this the one?
This could be the one.
It stays inside the circle, so Barella a chance to make that birdie putt to get to 10 under par.
You know, if you can throw 80 miles an hour on a hyzer, I think this works. And sorry, I believe I said 460. That's hole 12. 405 is the distance here.
Base of the hill.
And that gives you a decent run. You just face that left to right, you know, helping wind going up the hill, which is always risky. Okay. Really overstable this there for Burridge.
Wysocki could really use a birdie here on 18. He will be putting up the hill as well. Second shot for Heimburg.
Just conceding par there.
Let's take a look at the players coming across the bridge. The 18th tee. Just a gorgeous part of this course.
You know, they wanted to run an event here in Houston, Texas, and Chris Vandergriff said that they were looking at a lot of traditional golf courses, and this was just complete out of the blue. They heard about the property, came out here, and all of a sudden they realized how special this place was. Not having to share anything with the golfers. It looks like the ground is healing from, you know, it used to be a traditional golf course, but now just beautiful property for disc golf.
This could be a special moment on Sunday, depending on where things stand on the leaderboard as somebody walks to their lie on the 18th. What a crowded leaderboard we have right now.
We just got to give a huge shout out to Texas Disc Golf in general. This is the 29th edition of the Texas State Disc Golf Championships, and it takes an army of people who are just passionate about what they do to put these on year in and year out. So kudos to all the movers and shakers here in Texas Disc Golf. Nice shot there from Calvin. It's close to where he made that basketball putt from last year. Not sure if it's obstructed enough though. Nate, we see a lot of guys lining up this uphill putt on 18. Haven't seen too many cash it. Talk about it from your perspective.
Yeah, so it's a pretty much pure tailwind, maybe a little bit over the right shoulder for all of them, and it's just hard to really trust it to get it that high in the air, because if you do miss and you come down on hyzer, we all know the potential rollaway is there.
Luke Humphrey's not even giving it a run, but leaves himself a little bit of work.
Yeah, and he hates that because he knows this wind is tricky, and he knows he doesn't want to stand over another 10, 15-footer. You're so close to being done, you thought you could just walk this one in, and now you have to focus one last time.
Wysocki.
Got
it. 6th birdie of the day. And that gets him to 5 under on the round. He's 4 shots back of the lead.
That is a rare birdie on this hole.
Anthony Barella to take the outright lead. Yes. The only player double digits under par today is Anthony Barella, the Chess.com Invitational Champion. Luke knocks down the par putt and drop in par for Robert Burridge. Humphreys finishes his round at 5 down. Burridge at 8 under, 2 shots back of Barella. Really some great shooting from this card.
Yeah, a couple of birdies on 18. Only 7 other players did that today.
It's worth noting, Anthony Barella played great here last year. Just simply got outplayed by an exceptional tournament from Calvin Heimburg, who averaged over 1070.
I mean, you're shooting 1070 for a weekend. That's 2, maybe 1 mistake per round.
Heimburg in for par. And you mentioned it a moment ago, Brian. Last year he was kind of in a bad way, and he went a little shot, a little basketball shot, popped it in there. Look at this,
Charlie. This is when me and Perkins were just laughing because we were like, he's already dominating the tournament. He's already playing like he can't make a single mistake, and then he steps up to this, finally has an obstruction, and then just plays basketball. Okay, he's just toying with the rest of the field. Just unbelievable start to the year, and again, there were a lot of people talking like he was about to set a new bar and everyone else was going to have to start chasing him, but little did we know the entire MPO division was going to start charging, and now in 2024 it's just unbelievable to look at the leaderboard.
I mean, you think about what a year he still had, despite the fact that he didn't win that many tournaments. You know, his last win on the season was at Jonesboro. He's now coming up on a calendar year without winning a tournament.
Yeah, and I think it was just closing. I mean, we watched him at the European Open just completely lose it, and we thought he was in the hunt, and it happened numerous times for him. But getting to the position to play under the pressure is just easy for him at this point.
So take a look. This is 18's green in our Flight Factory drone overview, and there's only 1 card left on the course, our feature card, and the drone's going to take us over there, so you can see just how far away they are from being done here.
Nate, is it just the entire card taking all 30 seconds? What's the spacing here?
Yeah, the second feature card was honestly just flying, and you know, the first feature card, there's a couple players that are a little bit more deliberate, but you know, they have a marshal out there, so if anyone's taken over their 30 seconds, they'll certainly receive, you know, unofficial and then the official warning. And sometimes, you know, they're just not playing as well today, so they're honestly just throwing more shots out there, guys.
I think that's a big part of it. It's a great point, Nate. We just watched the second feature card. Everyone was shooting really well. Worst score on the card was 5 down, I think.
It was a rocky start for this card. I don't want to glimpse over the fact that Calvin just threw a gorgeous backhand turnover with a reverse skip on a hole that he would probably throw a forehand on if he wasn't injured. Nico going lefty. He told me he's going to throw a lefty today. He said he wanted to ace for me with the left hand. He's got one of the better opposite-handed throws on tour. Just got to get the flare. Ah, couldn't get it to the edge. Carter just not looking sharp today. Not necessarily looking deliberate with the disc coming out of his hand. Easiest hole in the course here. 2.52 average.
Come on, stay up. Yeah.
Nice shot from Nicholas. A little bit of encouragement from Calvin. And look at your leaderboard. Our current tournament leader, Anthony Barella, is in the clubhouse standing by. We're going to hear from him right now.
AB, little 10-pack out there. How'd it feel?
It felt smooth. Didn't miss any circle one putts. That was huge today in this wind. And just gave myself plenty of opportunities to score.
Yeah, talk about how the wind was a little different than the week of practice and how it affected the golf today.
Yeah, it was blowing the complete opposite direction, so that changed pretty much every shot, honestly. And it was just all about adapting and just staying committed and staying smooth.
Anthony, talk about that yellow putter that you seem to be leaning on lately.
Oh, yeah, that's a Big Z Luna. I have two of them in the bag right now. I have a brand new one that's a little more overstable, and then one that's a little bit more understable for like upshots and stuff like that. And I just have so much confidence with that disc right now. I've been working with it all year, and it's definitely my most used Frisbee as of right now.
How do you think 10's going to hold up the rest of the weekend?
If the conditions stay like this, I think it's going to be really good. But if it's calm out here, I think you're going to have to shoot a little lower if you want to win the tournament.
Cool. Congrats on the 10 under par, currently 1075 rated. Anthony, we'll see you tomorrow on the lead card.
Thank you.
Great shooting today from Anthony Barella. 12 for 12 C1X putting today.
I think what's even more impressive is the 13 of 18 greens in regulation that he got. Capitalized on almost every opportunity he had.
Yeah, leading the tournament in Circle 1 in regulation, park percentage, and C1X putting.
That's just been how it's been all season long. This Carter just doesn't give it enough from Circle 2. 16 years old. You know, his only job at this point is to just stay in love with the game. It's pretty easy to feel beat up trying to win these tournaments, but he's got plenty of time. Calvin for another birdie to go 7.
And he's got it. That gets him to 7 down, tied for 7th. His first time in the top 10 today. And that's again with 3 bogeys on the card. Antila in for the birdie. Nico taps in for par. And Carter Ahrens will have a tap in for par as well. Time to take a look at our keys for closing, presented by Black Ink Discs.
Well, 16, 17, 18 all present different challenges. I think on 16, you just want to keep it stable and simple. Throw something that's not overshaped, especially with the conditions the way they are. Just give yourself an opportunity for a circle one putt. And then on 17, again, there's a lot of options here, so you have to take your time and truly see what your options are off the tee, on the second shot, look at the green, the slopes, and then 18, I mean, we're seeing it play out right in front of us. Read that wind, make a conscious decision. Do I want to stick it inside circle one, or do I want to give myself something at the bottom of the hill from circle two? A really awesome finish to this course.
Brian's Breakdown is brought to you by blackinkdiscs.com, the premium disc golf store.
I think the trick here is you don't have to overturn this shot, although the basket's tucked off to the right. If you just throw straight, you can get a little bit of a flare forward to put yourself well inside circle one.
Anthony Barella birdied the last 6 holes. If Heimburg birdies out, he will match Barella at 10 under.
Just like this. That's a perfect shot from Calvin. Got it back on edge, turned it just a little bit, and that's pretty much a bullseye for Calvin. Another birdie.
It's going to get him to 8 under, tied for 5th. Great shot from Nicholas.
Away. Oh yeah, that's away. Now kick right. Nico trying to cast a spell on the disc, try to get it to do as he says. Not going to happen there. Yeah. Starts it out on Heiser, gets it to flip all the way over. Nicely done. His dad, Chuck.
Another look at the drive from Antila. Perfect. Became the first Finn to win a Disc Golf Pro Tour event in MPO at the Open at Austin just 2 weeks ago. And it, you know, you talk about up and down. He had an up and down round in that final round. He had to fight through some big mistakes.
Huge mistakes, you know, and he misses that really, really short putt, I believe on 14 or 15, and then has to battle back and get the birdies to win the tournament. But again, he's showing off everything here.
Starting to get dark at this point after the lightning delays.
And that was to keep him in it right there.
Massive putt on 17, and then basically in the dark on 18.
And even the decision to throw the overstable approach on that steep nose down Anheuser was just so technical.
And then needed this to avoid a playoff. Knocks it home.
Everyone around that felt that emotion. That was just incredible energy across the board. What a moment.
Incredible stuff, and gets to take home an American cowboy hat. Hope he goes out to the clubs and bars in Finland rocking that. Nico? No. Great look at our feature card and the spectators following along.
That's kind of the beauty of this place being a former golf course. You can fit the spectators on the big, wide golf fairways. There's plenty of space for them to walk. Whether you're GA, VIP, there's great places to view disc golf out here. Oh, yeah. Great putt there.
So Ahrens gets to 2 under. This to put Niklas at 3 under. Nico in for the par. And Calvin with a great birdie. He's now just 2 shots off the lead. Tied for 5th. Anthony Varela holding the lead. We'll see what Calvin Heimburg can do on these final couple holes.
Introducing Fractal Line Discs from Prodigy. Fractal is the new visual treatment joining spectrum, glimmer, and glow as an additional aesthetic variation. Fractal line discs utilize a new proprietary processing technique, splashing colors in a complex motif that can trick the eye into seeing patterns while each element remains distinctive and abstract. It's calming, chaotic, and completely one of a kind. Learn more at prodigydisc.com.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. Let's start from the beginning. I didn't choose Pound, I chose Levi. I trusted Levi to make the best bag possible.
He's always trying to innovate. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect.
I trust the product. I trust the people behind the product.
At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Calvin Heimburg teeing off on the 17th.
Awesome shot. He's going to have a few different options from that position. Kind of saw some weird spacing on that final step. Kind of pinched himself at the front of the tee pad there. Popped the disc up a little bit. Wow, what a shot. Just smoked from Carter Ahrens. Beautiful.
Nico going roller again.
That's pretty good. That's going to give him some options.
Calvin Heimburg in position to attack for the birdie here on 17 and get to that tie for second place. Let's hear from one of those players sitting at 9 under, Gannon Burr. He's in the clubhouse.
Back in the clubhouse with Gannon Burr sitting at a score of 9 under par. Gannon, is 9 under about where you expect it to end up today?
Yeah, it's the best score I've shot so far in this course for this year, that is. Practice, pretty much every single practice round I shot 6 to 8 under par. So with the tougher conditions, a lot more windy today. Shooting 9, I'm pretty happy with. I kind of knew that going into today that the scores would be not as good just because it was going to be windy, and just got to stay controlled out here. I didn't have the best start, but I stuck with it because I know there's a lot of birdies on the back 9. Yeah, it felt good.
So how big of a factor was the wind? I mean, you mentioned in practice it was a little bit easier. What do you think out there?
I think there's a couple holes that have tight OB. 2 of the holes I didn't do well on, hole 2 and hole 4. Right there with OB very tight to the basket, or it's just a tough shot. The wind was kind of swirly at times, and so when you have to be so specific and precise, sometimes it kind of feels like you're just tossing a coin up and hoping you land on the good side of it. Obviously, you can only do so much to put it in the correct airspace, but up until then, it's sometimes the wind might take you somewhere. But so I think I just got to maybe correct on my mistakes from today and fix those for tomorrow. Other than that, I think I had 11 birdies, which is probably close to leading for the field, and I just need to keep working on the putting. Putting didn't feel great. I was making my circle 1s, but no circle 2s today.
Yeah, so you were +1 after 4 holes and then finished at 9 under par. Was there anything specific that kind of changed after those first 4?
Yeah, I just knew that, actually I went in my head, I'm like, okay, technically I'm only 5 off perfect. It's not that bad. So not that big of a deal, and no one's going perfect. So in my head, I was like, okay, I'm only like 2 or 3 back, and we got a couple tough holes coming up. If I can break every hole down, especially a lot of these par 4s, I feel good about because I can break them down really well. I think this course fits really well for my game, with a lot of overstable shots and a lot of forehands as well. I don't have a huge forehand, but I feel like I can get the job done when I need to if the shot calls for it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I think I squeaked on a lead card, so I think I'll have a pretty cool card and probably a similar weather day tomorrow.
All right.
Great stuff from Gannon Burr. He mentioned 11 birdies. Barella had 12. Calvin sitting on 11 right now. Brian, I want to ask you, how would you compare the start of this 2024 season to what we had at the beginning of last year?
Interesting. So, again, when this season started last year, I thought it was going to be the year of Calvin Heimburg. I thought Calvin was going to set a brand new bar for everybody. This year, I am seeing a lot of players that kind of got that kick in the butt last year that said, okay, I got to kick it into overdrive and become way better than I was before. And now we have a larger pool of players than ever before that can actually pop off those huge rounds, 1070, 1080, 1090, and actually jump up into the lead and win tournaments. So this year is going to be interesting. I think it's getting closer and closer to traditional golf where you could be a winner on tour, but then miss cash at the next couple of events. It could happen. I mean, we see it all the time. So we were just talking about Isaac Robinson winning 2 majors last year and then not doing much of anything this season. So I personally think it's awesome. I think it's super exciting to see players get empowered like that.
What a break for Heimburg.
Yeah, I was just about to say, as I was wrapping up. Those signs back there are
a little backboard. Not the kind of basketball shot we saw last year from Calvin, but maybe similar energy here.
Good enough. And a perfect deflection, too.
Dead center. Refined products, warning.
Puts him to 29 feet. Another opportunity for birdie.
It's a refined approach shot right there from Heimburg. Ooh, Antila giving that a bit of a run. Yeah, interesting to note, no repeat winners so far this season in either division.
I think that's going to be really tough. I think it's going to be really tough to do. And the ones that do are going to be the ones that truly set themselves apart in multiple ways.
Certainly Anthony Barella and Gannon Burr, who won the first 2 events of the season, in good position to perhaps become the first to win multiple events here in 2024.
Yeah, I feel like what I'm noticing with AB and Gannon particularly is they could start bad, or they could have kind of a lackluster looking round and then somehow come out with, you know, potentially a hot round or just off the lead. So
Carter with another nice birdie putt. That gets him to 3 down. And Calvin's shot was coming in pretty hot. He might have been way down in the bushes down there, and instead he's got a short birdie putt to get within 1 shot of the lead. And that does it. He gets to 9 under par. He was at even par through 6 holes, and now he's 9 down with 1 to play. And let's take a look back at Calvin Heimburg's 2023 season. Player of the Year last year. Much debated whether he should win or Isaac Robinson with his pair of majors. But Calvin got off to an amazing start at LVC.
Yeah, I don't know. At first I was thinking, okay, the major championship should mean a lot, and Isaac got 2. But when you look at the season and what he did and how he pushed the narrative last year, he was always a part of the story. And then talk about something that felt scripted. Within 2.5 minutes of each other, Marweed gets 7, Calvin up ahead gets 1. That was an incredible time to be on the ground spectating disc golf.
Yeah, one of the moments of the year for sure when he knocked that one in. Look at this scorecard today. I mean, the resilience that he had after the slow start.
I just think that that's the X factor that he has, and only a handful of other players in MPO have.
Well, and he shot a 13 under here last year, which stands as the course record, and you could easily see how he could be at that number today. I mean, he missed a number of circle 2 putts, obviously had some terrible drives early in the round.
Nate, I want to throw it down to you, man. I remember talking about Calvin Heimburg last year with you and thinking, is anybody going to come catch this guy? I mean, what have you noticed over the past year or so?
Well, you know, when he had the putt last year at Texas State's, it was unshakable. 50 and in calm conditions, he just couldn't miss. And it seemed like he held on to that putt until midway in the season, and then he started to get a little shaky in circle 2, and then actually started to struggle inside 30 feet. So we saw him kind of clean it up late in the season, but that's what kept him from winning a major, and that's what kept him from just kind of dominating the Elite Series. So we'll see if he gets that putt back in a groove so far early in the year.
Currently, he's perfect inside circle 1 today. 11 for 11. Hasn't gotten anything from circle 2 to drop, but again, this wind, it's not that big of a deal.
I mean, he's got 6 makes from outside 25 feet, so it hasn't been cheapies. Can he add another birdie on 18?
It's a firm maybe.
Pretty good look from there.
Yes.
That's not the bottom of the hill.
And he putts a lot flatter than most people, so even if he has a little bit of a crosswind, he's a lot less affected. Oh, he's going for the green.
Gets the red flag.
And that's that risk reward going for the green. A lot of the players just trying to give themselves a look. I feel the satire from here, Charlie. I sense the sarcasm. I don't think he's too excited about that one.
That was way out of bounds for Nico.
And you know, Niklas is just one stroke off. Nico's beating him, and Niklas has remained stoic. Definitely still believes that he could take this one down.
Maybe not surprising, though, to see him come out a little flat relative to his level so far this season, given that he won 2 weeks ago.
Oh, boy, red flag.
It's a big mistake. Went up short. Well, if you've been watching all day long here on YouTube, on the Disc Golf Pro Tour YouTube channel, thanks for tuning in. It's a great chance now to subscribe to the Disc Golf Network so you can watch every single round. You can get 60 frames per second streaming to all subscribers, live DVR, faster playback, and if you get a pro subscription, no commercials, all kinds of great stuff out there. The alternate commentary streams, you were doing that with Jeremy Colling, Big Germ, just was it 2 weeks ago or last weekend?
At the USWDGC.
US Women's.
Yep.
That was very cool. So hit that QR code, subscribe today, save 50% if you're a PDGA member. And speaking of Jeremy Colling, you can ask Jeremy questions and see what he's got to say. They're doing a Q&A giveaway in the Microsoft Teams disc golf community. So again, you can scan that QR code or you can go to aka.ms/discgolftourtalk and submit a question. You could win a free year of DGN and a Jomez disc signed by Big Germ himself. Pretty cool, the Microsoft Teams thing. I've been following along. There's been a bunch of Q&A sessions already with top pros.
And if you're a 3D printing fan or a graphic design fan, make sure to ask those questions to Germ. Those are his absolute passions outside of the sport of disc golf.
3D printing and graphic design.
Obsessed, completely obsessed.
Wow. Does he do any of the Jomez graphic design?
That I don't think so, but I know he's done some pretty iconic graphic design throughout the disc golf world in regards to player logos. A lot of Germ's work is out there.
I wonder if he's tried to 3D print a usable disc yet.
He has.
Has he?
Yeah, he actually 3D printed a clone of his AVR X3, threw it, first shot, aced, cracked it in half in the basket.
Oh, no way. That can't be true.
One of his favorite stories to tell, and
Wow.
actually really cool. Veterans Park in Charlotte, North Carolina.
How about that?
Want to throw it down to Perkins one last time. Nate, any final words here at Brock Park?
Yeah, wind direction out of the south today. I think this is probably going to be the hardest day as far as the conditions are concerned. It looks like tomorrow the wind direction going to be a little southeast and a little lighter. I expect the scores to go just a little lower, but nice place to find yourself early spring here in South Texas.
Well, I think looking at the leaderboard, Charlie, I think we're going to see quite the battle going into the final day.
It just feels like that's par for the course.
I'm all for it.
To steal a golf metaphor for this season, we've just seen tight battles all the way down the stretch, pretty much every weekend.
Yeah, you ask the players how this season's been going, and they all say the same thing. Well, it's a lot more stressful than it used to be, but I think a lot of them really enjoy that.
Couple drop zone throws here. Oh, Nicholas just misses. So it's going to be an edge of circle look for Calvin Heimburg to tie Anthony Barella at 10 under par. Last year, Calvin shot 10, 13, 10 in the 3 rounds here at what was then the Innova Open at Texas State's.
Do you think 1070 is going to be necessary to win it this year?
Certainly feels like it could be. Right now, Anthony Barella's round is 1075 rated. Heimburg. Just low. Oh for 4 from circle 2 today. But he will be out there on the lead card tomorrow. Ezra Aderhold is going to miss out on the lead card because of his PDGA number. So tomorrow's lead card, AB, Calvin Heimburg, Mason Ford, and Gannon Burr. Quite the round of action out here. Players having to fight through adverse wind conditions, but some really great shooting, as we saw a lot of scores over 5 under par. We're going to take a quick break. More on the other side. Stay with us on the Disc Golf Network.
Throw A measured 66 miles per hour and 358 feet. Throw B, 69 miles per hour and 456 feet. Similar effort, yet 98 feet difference. But why? The answer is proper body mechanics and technique. And this is why the Power Disc Golf Academy has brought on Ezra Aderhold to be your distance coach. Ezra's lessons will help you identify and fix the problems in your swing so that you can add more distance to your throws this week. Stop landing short. Join today at powerdga.com.
With 20 years of the educational disc golf experience, disc golf is now a mainstream activity in physical education across the nation. 150,000 lightweight golf discs, 267 permanent campus courses installed, and thousands of partner programs in all 50 states. As a 100% publicly funded charity, Edge Disc Golf couldn't do it without you. Please join our mission to reach and teach the next 3 million young disc golfers.
Zuka. 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 Zuka.
Your leader, Anthony Barella, 10 under, had quite the day. He was throwing this yellow Luna, as he mentioned in his post-game press conference, and he was just dialed with it.
Look at the driving stats, Charlie. Park jobs, 28%. C1 in regulation, he's leading. C2 in regulation, he's leading. Perfect on the putting green. That's champion stuff right there. I mean, this is ridiculous. But you look at the lead card. All those guys are right behind him in C1 regulation. Mason Ford tied with him in park jobs. He's got guys on his heels.
Yeah, I mean, the stats go out the window tomorrow, right? It's a whole new round, whole new day. But certainly, Barella throwing it great. And really everybody on the lead card tomorrow playing very well. That was really the difference maker. He made that birdie on 18 when very few others did.
I'm just completely impressed with the amount of control over the body and just being able to change speeds way better than we've seen him in the past. And just the whole package is coming together. It's pretty scary stuff.
7 under in the back nine for Anthony Barella, as he will have pole position tomorrow in round number 2. As we welcome you back inside of our broadcast booth. Hi, everybody. Thanks for being with us today. It's been an awesome day of disc golf. And we're excited to be able to break down this round for you. Tournament Central also coming up very soon with more analysis of this first round. Brian Earhart, Charlie Eisenhood. And Brian, you know, what would you say separated players today from those who shot a good round, a 4 under, a 5 under, something like that, from those who shot an 8, 9, 10 under?
It's all throwing, and it has been pretty much all season long. You look at the putting stats, C1 and C2. The players in the top 10 of C1 and C2 putting are not really in the top 10 in the standings on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. I think Gannon's the only one from C1 putting in the top 10, and Chris Dickerson is the only one from C2 putting that's in the top 10 in the standings. So we look at the driving stats, and it's way more indicative of how good you're doing, and it's no different today. I mean, you look at the C1 in regulation, and I believe it's AB, Gannon Burr, and Calvin Heimburg are 1, 2, and 3, and then Mason Ford, like I said, is tied in park jobs at 28% for birdie. I mean, that's just ridiculous stuff. So the putts are going to come, but you have to give yourself opportunities in these wins. And I'm wondering how many of these putts that these players made. I believe lead card only missed one circle one putt today.
That's right. 39 for 40, the lead card tomorrow went today in C1.
I wonder how many of those putts came from a favorable wind that the players intentionally gave themselves. So just incredible strategy, and I really like how Brock Park's shaping up.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. And you think about some of the players who were throwing pretty good but weren't making putts. You know, Ricky Wysocki, we saw miss a lot of putts low today. And that's really the difference of, like, feeling like you're in the hunt still and maybe already too far behind to catch up.
And I feel like Ricky Wysocki just had a exhausting day out there on the course. He was just stuck so many times right outside circle one. The wind is blowing. It's just tough to have a day where you have a lot of birdie opportunities, but they're not routine birdies that you have to make. You have to make really tough wind reads. You have to hit really difficult putts. So I think Ricky was very close to putting together a good round, but just couldn't quite make it happen.
Well, more interviews with players coming up in Tournament Central. If you haven't already seen some of those in this show today, of course, we heard from Anthony Barella earlier. But make sure you tune in to Tournament Central with Grant Zellner and Nate Perkins immediately following this broadcast on DGN. Brian, I think we've got to get ready for our OTB shot of the day. And we didn't – remember the big cheer? It was an eagle out there on the course. We didn't get to see that one, so that's not going to be it. But I don't know. What do you think?
The one that gave me the biggest emotion, was the roller from Luke Humphreys
that was a
on
great
11
shot.
because I was surprised, but then Nico threw an even better roller after we had seen 2 more. I don't know. We'll see.
All right. We saw some big putts as well. Roll it. Let's take a look at the OTB shot of the day. And it's Anthony Barella's tee shot on hole number 5. And he had plenty to choose from. But that was a great shot. Off the base, tapped it in for a birdie and got him rolling. We'll be back with you tomorrow for round number 2 here from the Texas State Disc Golf Championship presented by Lone Star Disc. Coverage begins 9:30 a.m. Central Time for FPO coverage. Brian and I will be back with you for MPO at 2:30 p.m. Central. Of course, Tournament Central kicks off the coverage both mornings live on the Disc Golf Network. For Brian Earhart, I'm Charlie Eisenhood signing off. Anthony Barella with a 1-shot lead at 10 under par. We will see him and the rest of the lead card tomorrow here at Texas State's.